Hello, everyone, and welcome. I am joined here today by a bunch of boon companions as we delve into the Pathfinder Beginner Box as part of Beginner Box Day. Very exciting. Beginner Box weekend, you might say. We're here to celebrate Pathfinder, to celebrate the release of the official Beginner Box on Foundry VTT, to play some role-playing games, to roll dice, to have adventures, to possibly die. It's going to be a great time. And everyone will introduce themselves in turn, but for now, I'm going to pass the reins over to Viviane, who is our host for today and for this weekend, as she takes the role of Game Master for us and is going to perpetrate unspeakable horrors upon the five of us for the next several hours. So Viviane, take it away.
Hello, everyone. Hopefully you can hear me. I'm very excited because I get to kill my boss in a video game. And I get to show everybody how cool the beginner box is that I made. I did it all by myself. And I guess I should introduce myself. I'm Cora. I am the community manager for the PF2E voluntary development team. And I'm also one of the developers of the Beginner Box module for Foundry. And I'm very lucky to have a star-studded cast with me as my victims for the day. Cody is coughing as I am attempting to cue him in for his introduction.
Hi, I'm Cody. I'm playing Morgan Burns today, a recent adventure. Recent as in the last 24 hours. I maybe bar crawled a little too much last night and fell asleep in a temple to Caden and woke up with new powers and an urge to adventure. So I'm just excited to be here.
Are we all introducing our characters now, or are we introducing our human personae first?
It's the same at this point.
Let's do human introductions first, and then when Viviane's ready, we will introduce our characters. So Shane.
I am Shane, also known as Nath or Anathema. I am the product manager at Foundry Virtual Tabletop. I will be taking the role of Scrapper, who is a kobold and definitely not a rogue, who will be almost unintelligible to many of you, for I will be adopting my actual accent, which many of you have never heard.
I'm dreading it. Blake, why don't you introduce yourself?
Sorry there. I'm Blake. I started a little website called the Archives of Nethys about 10 plus years back. I will be playing a dwarf called Horace Blackstone today, appropriately a champion of Nethys. And I have magic, and I have a bonky stick, and that is all.
All right, Steve.
Right. Hey, my name's Steve. You might know me from a little channel called Recall Knowledge, where we make awesome Pathfinder-focused content, especially based around Foundry. There's a whole Foundry quick tip series. So if this video today entices you to try Pathfinder in Foundry, go check out that playlist and we'll get you some of the advanced tips you really know. And next week, we're playing the premium beginner's box today, but next week we start our new stream with the premium version of Outlaws of Alkenstar, and that kicks off Wednesday night, and that's awesome. But today, I guess, for the whole weekend, you're stuck with me playing Zavoid Boltbend, but I have been told I am not allowed to do a French accent because it's crimes against humanity, so I will be Zavoid
That is
Boltbend.
already going to do something that we can't understand. You might as well have two people.
But I am playing a Dwarven Wizard, and it should be a lot of fun.
The folks in Twitch land, their ability to understand what our characters are saying is really not important, I think. Not a priority at all. So
I'll GM in French. We'll just do it live.
That's going to be even worse for us, I think.
So we skipped Andrew because nobody followed the instructions. So Andrew, why don't you introduce yourself and your character?
Sure. Well, I'm Andrew. I'm the creator of Foundry Virtual Tabletop. Love getting the chance to do things like this. And for this weekend, I will be playing Evander, who you will meet at some point. You'll get to know him over the course of the session. He is a bard, but everything else will remain a mystery for now.
All right. Well, I'm ready to start. But I guess I can introduce the game a little bit. So we're playing the Beginner Box. This is the Pathfinder 2nd Edition Beginner Box. It comes with a short adventure. We're not really sure how long it's going to take, but we have 2 players who've never played Pathfinder ever, I think either version. So we're going to be sort of showcasing how it works as an introduction to the rule set. And then on the other end of the spectrum, we have, the guy that runs and maintains the largest reference document for the Pathfinder rule set. Presumably Blake knows the rules of the game a little bit. I would imagine, just from writing them down on his website. No, we're not playing in French. That was a joke. The beginner box that you're looking at, the landing page that you're looking at is, 99% the one that we released, but there's some changes. I put a little banner under the characters that's in the assets. You can grab it. We're going to be having some music from Evander. That's a exclusive content pack for Foundry, so it's free if you own Foundry. You can install it from the module browser. And the sound effects and ambiances are all from the Sirenscape library and are included with the module.
I feel obligated to point out something I didn't point out during my introduction, which is that I have, in fact, not played even a single second of Pathfinder before today.
Yeah, but you were involved in helping make this box.
Well, some would say he was. Others might not.
I mean, involved. There's a lot of ways to be involved in something.
But yeah, we've got some new players, so hopefully people will be a bit patient when they die horribly and have to replace their characters with iconics as backups. Let me think. In terms of house rules, the only one we're playing with, so people know, is we're doing hero points. Sorry, not hero points. We're doing critical hit decks, but only on crits, not on crit fails, because that's boring. So we'll be seeing if we can get some really exciting effects going. I haven't used that rule before, so I don't know how good it is. Hopefully it's fun. Is this PF2E? It is PF2E. And I've modified some of the encounters slightly. So if you're a GM and you think that the encounters are different, it's because I have 5 players. So I've added a few monsters and moved things around. That's why. And with that, yeah, I think I'm ready to go.
Do we want to roll credits?
Should we roll the intro?
Yeah, we have an intro to set the stage, to introduce everybody's characters. So thanks to Matt for putting this together on our team. Amazing stuff, and away we go. All right, I think we are about out of the intro now. I'm trying to time it correctly based on my guess of when the video is going to be done playing on Twitch. Hopefully I didn't...
We're good.
I was just watching it with the stream delay. Oh, it's so good.
With the stream delay, it was fun. I was like, either I trampled over the end of Cora's intro, or there was a long awkward silence where it was like done playing.
I think you made it work. That was amazing. So obviously, all credit to, well, Nath had the idea and he made the little cards, and then Matt put it all together in the editing room. And I think Cobalt did some of the jokes, and they were very good.
Everyone pitched in a little bit except me. I did nothing except complain about needing to configure it in OBS at the last minute. But hey, it worked.
Oh, they're good.
They were amazing.
That's so good. It was probably 8 hours of work for a 30-second clip. But...
Oh god.
Well, we better play it a few more times just to get our value.
Yeah, we have to get our value out of it. We'll play it again after the break, and then again some more times tomorrow. So.
All right. Well, now that is done, I can play music.
Yes.
So we're gonna have some. Hopefully the balance is all right for chat.
Yeah, and I'm the one driving the stream today, so I'll keep an eye on chat, and if people say the music's too loud, too soft, I can adjust it on my end.
I notice you've got a notes journal. Do you want me to make you a copy of one of our module journals so you get the system styling?
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure. Why not? You can replace my notes that I didn't write anything in yet.
Yeah.
Oh, what a pleasant little town.
So we getting this show on the road or what?
Don't interrupt me starting to tell me to start now. My goodness. It's like my mum's telling me to clean my room as I'm doing it.
When are you gonna get to this mess, Cora?
Oh my goodness, again.
You got that done yet?
All right, I'm gonna mute everybody. No, I can't. Hello everybody. This adventure takes place in the town of Otari. It's on the Isle of Kortos in the Inner Sea region. The island is home to the largest city on Galarian, Absalom, so it's a hub of international trade, of research, of science, and of magic. But we're not in Absalom, we're in Otari. Otari is 2 days away from Absalom by road, and they sell lumber. That's sort of it. Otari is a very small town. It's named after the adventurers that, one of the adventurers that founded it, but its storied history is several centuries past at this point. And today it's peaceful, it's quiet, they do some fishing, they do some lumberjacking, and they do some shady labor practices. But, mostly it's a nice place, not like Diabel down the road. Their lumber is terrible, and you don't want it. Our characters are heroes. They're in Otari for one reason or another. So, without further ado, maybe we should introduce our heroes properly and talk about why they're here. So we're going to go in no particular order and say Nath Scrapper has been in Otari longer than perhaps some of the other characters. How do you think he got here, and how does he feel about the place?
Well, Scrapper arrived in town as a fairly young, freshly hatched kobold, and sort of fell into assisting various fishing populations, which is where he learned most of his common. As a result, most of the town folk understand him and are tolerant of the fact that he is effectively a homeless derelict that wanders from place to place in the town, finding ways to entertain and make a nuisance of himself.
Scrapper has a few friends in town, though. The leader of the local Osprey Club, which is definitely not a thieves' guild, might have some jobs for you here and there, although she doesn't really like how unsubtle you can be.
His, probably one of his oldest friends has recently gone missing, if I recall, as a result of the tavern collapse and fire.
So, not too long back, unfortunately, your favorite tavern, the whose owner would, give you leftovers at the end of the day and let you sleep in the barn, It collapsed inwards on itself in a sinkhole. The owner and several patrons were killed or went missing. It's quite a grim event to have happened in such a nice town, but I'm sure it's not a portent of things to come. I'm sure it's completely unrelated. And you've had to look for other places to, seek shelter, buy food, and that sort of thing. One of those might be the Otari Fishery, which is a sort of social club, hangout spot, guild hall for the sailors and fishers of the town. And although you're not a sailor yourself, you are, sailing adjacent. You have a background in traveling on ships, so you might know the owner, Amelie Tandervale.
Oh, sure, that's Tammy Boy.
Yeah, your
That was
friend.
Tammy.
Yeah, Tammy. Okay. Well, we have someone else here who has an interest in local taverns. Morgan, played by Cody, has recently arrived in Otari after... Well, why did you come to Otari?
Well, you see, it was recently Morgan Burns' birthday. Just so happened to be on the 12th of Gosran. But Morgan Burns foresaw this and made a few plans. I see it is now the 21st. I don't know what happened in between, but I'm now in Otari and woke up after several days of drinking. Only a light hangover. A lot less gold in my pocket than when I started. I'm pretty sure I have magic powers, but so be it.
Morgan is a Taldan sort of. Are you a noble? Are you a merchant's son?
Noble son, yeah.
Sort of fail son, wastrel. Some might say.
Yeah, they definitely prefer me outside the main city where the rest of my family is, but can't cut me off.
He likes to travel, mostly because he keeps getting banned from establishments and he has to move to ones that he's not banned from. He didn't get banned last night from Caden's Keg. Crow's Casks. I'm getting the names mixed up now. He didn't get banned from Crow's Casks, which is a tavern run by Magaloy, a Tengu alchemist. It's also a temple to Caden Kalian, and in fact, the two of them had such a wonderful time that he doesn't remember any of it. But it seems that maybe someone was looking down on him as he had his had his nights partying with the locals.
I woke up with just this urge to adventure and get out there. Figured, how much is a sword? 400 gold, and just went out and bought some equipment.
Yeah, so this is your friend Magaloy, if you're curious. She used to be a pirate. She has a lot of stories about it.
Can we get the awesome portrait artwork for the player characters?
Ah, that's a good idea. Let's go rewind for Scrapper. And we've got... Oh, Morgan has set his token as his portrait, but
Whoops.
He doesn't know how to use
Foundry.
Disoriented. He's never used Foundry before. Cody doesn't know how Foundry works.
Never once before, no. I just fixed that. My bad.
No, you didn't.
Damn it, I did it on my token actor. Why aren't you in these links?
Wait, now your token is... Now your token is your portrait.
Don't worry about it, I'll fix it. I'm clearly in character.
Cody. Oh my god.
Best Caden Kalian role-playing ever.
Yeah, the accidental cleric is not our party's only divine-leaning character, because of course we also have an illustrious and distinguished veteran. Thank you for your service, Horace. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Horace Blackstone, his proud dwarf from Clan Blackstone, served Absalom in the Five Kings Mountains for generations. Never trusted magic, never liked it much, until the Whispering Tyrant came and nearly got myself killed. And a bunch of clerics saved me, and then I saw magic for what it was, a very useful tool. went around, tried to learn about how to get magic. A bunch of fancy books and rituals and words don't mean much to me, so I found the first book that had a big old eye on it, and that looked right. And it said it was the source of magic, and I said, cool. And I asked Nethys that night, said, hey, how about some magic? And in the morning I had magic. And that's my story.
Pretty good. Yeah, it's a common theme in this game. Of course, some people do have to work for their magic, work a bit harder. Wizards, usually, it requires study. I think they might have sort of gotten the raw end of the deal. I mean, if you can just have a party and get magic from that. Zavoid, how do you feel about knowing that you wasted all that time in school?
Well, as the title card said, I have no formal arcane training. I am 100% schooled.
Ah, okay.
Right. But I have put quite a bit of time. So Zavoid is not so much concerned with others taking shortcuts and doing things their way. He's interested in doing things his way, the right way, the classic Boltbender way, which is hard work, long hours studying, and constantly stroking his iridescent LED color-changing beard that is the centerpiece of his look.
Yeah, the town of Otari is not renowned for sort of magical study.
Not so much.
There are a trio of temples in town. We've already mentioned Cadence, and of course there's a temple to Serenray, the library. You can see it in the art down by the water. The last temple is a ring of standing stones, which is tended to by druids that worship the storm god Gosray just outside of town. Do you think that Zavoid is interested in learning storm magic at all?
Not so much. So Zavoid doesn't spend most of his time in Otari dealing with that necessarily. He has a very odd friend whose taste might not fit most of the locals, but his old friend Morlybent is sort of the person that he spends most of his times with, and the reason that I spend so much of my days these days here in Otari, trading stories, conspiracy theories, various things that we get up to.
Absolutely. Morlybent, of course, he's a good friend of yours, and although Otari's a small town, he has a remarkably good collection of books on the occult and the arcane. Some of his more closely guarded tomes, the ones he doesn't sell, they say might have been retrieved from the libraries of Gauntlight Keep, which is a necromancer's lair a few, sort of an hour away from town, that's long since abandoned, but still the source of many a local legend. Morlybent would never, he promises, spread dangerous magic to people, but he does love a good story, and you wonder how willing he'd be to part with something that was that valuable.
And
so,
one of the cool things about Zavoid is that he's actually trained in Rose Guard lore, because he's super obsessed with the founding of the town and the Rose Guard themselves. So me and Morlybent will talk for hours and hours, and so long that everyone else in the tavern will have already left and gone home while we still talk.
Absolutely. And of course, one of the Rose Guard was a wizard, Zarmavdian, and he maybe went a bit far. You know, he was into the more spicy parts of occultism, but he was a good egg overall. Rose Guard are all heroes, and none of them ever did anything wrong.
Do you know that actually Otari is still alive? It's been 500 years. He's still alive, and he's chained up in the basement of Osif Menhems, the mayor of this town. It's
Really?
like a conduit for his demonic
That
rituals,
makes sense, because of course the town mayor has a museum in his manor to the Rose Guard, and so if he could have a member of the Rose Guard as an exhibit, he would do it.
That's
so yeah,
how
I
he
think
gets all
What are
his
your
first-hand
cracked?
information.
We've been talking to Carmen down at Blades for Glades.
Normally at museums, I'm allowed to touch the exhibits.
Well, we do have a final party member who likes stories perhaps almost as much as Zavoid does. I'm not sure if he likes the same kinds of stories. Andrew, why don't you tell us about Evander?
Oh, hey there. Oh my gosh. I love the smell of Otari. It's just like fresh adventure.
Smells like fish.
Yeah, I think that's what adventure smells like, actually. At least that's what my uncle said. It's not always pretty, but whew, man. This sea air, breeze. Look at that hillside. I just want to climb up that thing. What's up there? I bet there's some stories up there for sure. Oh man, look at all these houses. They are doing a lot of fishing. This is incredible.
Lovely. Absolutely. Well, you've all ended up in Otari for one reason or another, and now my question is, how did you all come to be together? So as your characters would know, the proprietor of the Otari fishery, Tamale Tandavale, has reached out to you all in one way or another with a job, with a request for help. And I'm curious if you have any ideas on why she would reach out to you specifically. I think that Scrapper, for instance, is often around and, he's in need of work sometimes. And she says to him, well, I think there's something going on in the basement. Our stores are being broken into. I've noticed something's been eating the fish. And, 10 gold.
I love the fish.
Go check it out.
Goal.
Sure,
I'll find some buddies down on the wharf. Bring them right along.
Absolutely.
I sleep downstairs?
Yeah, if you deal with the pests and you don't eat the fish.
Wicked deal. I'll go find some people. So Scrapper would spend some time on the wharf, looking for potential candidates who have a vaguely adventurous look, and then try and corral them towards the fishery.
I think that's how I got looped into this.
Yeah, probably, yeah. I think Morgan Burns walked out of the shop, having given 400 gold for, basic equipment, and was like, adventure, and here's a kobold offering me work. Perfect.
Buddy, you look rich.
Guys.
That's
Not
a nice
anymore.
sword. You want to put it to use or what?
Yeah!
You need to go see Tammy down the fishery.
Okay.
Is Zavoid heard that there was some mystery that needed solving, especially underneath the fishery? Well, he knows exactly what's causing this. It's the giant purple worms that live beneath Otari. So...
You there with the beard, Sparky, come here.
Sparky, I like that.
Yeah, Sparks. You need to go see Tammy down the fishery. She got a job.
You had me at Sparks, and I walked towards the fishery.
You with the loot. You. Hey, you, buddy. Come here. Come here.
Oh, hello there. Good day to you, my diminutive friend.
You speak common?
I'm just as surprised as you are. I've not conversed with a kobold before. I presume that that's what you are. I don't mean to be rude, this is all so new to me.
Right. You looking for work?
If by work you mean the thrill of adventure, then you bet you're Heine.
You know Tammy?
I sure don't. I'm brand new in town, but...
Well, you'll know her now. Get on down to the fishery. She got a job for you.
She sounds like a fine lady. I will go there forthwith.
Gotta be someone down by the wharf. I'll go down by the wharf.
I've lost track of who Scrap has recruited now. Who's he missing?
Everyone.
Hey,
Hi.
hey, with the face paint over there.
Yeah. What's up,
That,
little one?
I'm
I speak up.
do you know Tammy?
Nope.
Do you wanna?
Sure.
Head on up to the fishery, she got work.
Aye. Praise Nethys.
Scrapper will then head to the fishery, chasing the various people he has sent.
Why, hello there. Is there a Miss Tamily here? As I peer into the fishery.
Yeah, it's the fishery's open. There are patrons. Salty sea dogs, I believe, is the term in the business. They're playing cards. They're getting some morning drinks in. It's very early to start drinking, but that doesn't stop them. And Tamily is a I think she's a halfling. Goodness, I think she's a halfling. She's a halfling, we're saying. She has a sort of a weather-beaten face, but she's a very cheerful smile. And one of her legs is a peg leg, but it doesn't seem to be bothering her. She walks around on it, and she hurries over, seeing your fresh face in the doorway.
Tammy!
And-
Tammy!
Yeah, yes, Scrapper?
Brought some boys around.
I can see that. She will look the rest of you all over. She likes the look of Horace. He looks like he can handle himself. She seems a little bit reticent. Evander's very young, but, how dangerous is this going to be? And she says, I wasn't really expecting him to go and get, this many people. But if you're willing to spend the time, then the reward can go to all of you. 10 gold each, if you can work out where my fish are going. Something's breaking into the basement and stealing them right out of the barrels. And as far as I know...
No, it wasn't me. I didn't touch him. Wasn't me.
As far as I know, it's not normal pests because, they've taken the lids off them. And she eyes Scrapper and she says, and they left too many behind for it to be this one.
All right, unpaid intern work, I understand. I'm in.
Excuse me, sir. I do think that she just described that we would in fact be compensated.
Essentially at charity levels.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is 10 gold not very much for you? That's actually a lot for me. I'm in.
That's like, what, a drink?
Sure, that's
Morgan,
2 years of my life.
Morgan, she says to you after looking you up and down, and she says, I can, offer you a drink or two if that's what you'd prefer. And she gestures at the bar
deal.
behind her.
Drink up, my friends. Let's go.
Perhaps
have to
if
go
we
down,
are
I
about
know
to
exactly what it
undertake
is.
a daring adventure, it might be best to save the inebriation until after we are undoubtedly victorious.
My dear young friend, you clearly do not understand how these adventures work. Neither do I,
Right.
but surely not like that.
I remember trying the Temple of Cain and Kaelin back in Absalom. You have to be drunk to enter the doors. It's part of the rules.
My kind of place.
But where are my manners, my dear new comrades in adventure? I am Morgan Burns, but surely you knew that, for my legend precedes me like lightning precedes thunder.
Speaking of
The heck
lightning,
did you just say?
I am the illustrious Zavoid Boltbend, and I will be protecting you all today.
Oh my goodness, your beard is amazing. Are you doing that
Isn't it?
intentionally, or does that just happen?
That's just Sparky Boy.
If I concentrate really hard, I can stop it. Watch, and then the colors freeze from the flowing.
That is legendary. I'm gonna write this in my book.
Author. I read many books, mostly with pictures.
As you guys are talking,
can relate to that.
Tamali just silently gets you guys around. She doesn't seem to be wanting to rush you at all.
Horace. Horace Blackstone. Nice to meet y'all.
You can call I Scrapper.
Scrapper, Morgan, Zavoid, Horace. My name's Evander. Evander Farthing. At your service. Oh man, we are like a real adventuring party here. I can't believe this has happened so quickly. It just like came together.
My friend, most things in life are this easy.
Man. Well, that seems like a good omen, I guess.
Sounds like Javas were just taking care of some fish thieves.
Probably just rats.
Tamali nods. She sort of leans behind the bar, and you can see there's a little sort of back room with a staircase leading downwards. And she says, "When you're ready, just walk in back there."
I mean, I know that it seems like this is a fairly minor obstacle for us to overcome, but given that this is our first adventure together, do we need to make sure that we are adequately supplied? I know he pulls out a pocket guide from his coat and says, according to my handbook here, we should always be prepared when undertaking any adventure. You might need things like rope or caltrops, or perhaps a vial of alchemist's fire is often a good choice.
Evander,
Tamali
my young friend.
points a chiding finger at you, and she says, "No caltrops or fire in my basement."
Oh, never. I'd never set anything on fire. You knows me.
We should, in fact, stock up.
Sure,
All right,
I
I'm
got
ready.
I got all I needs. I got me sack.
Well,
I'm already
sure
here.
you do, but well, okay. I'm ready if y'all are, but I was just thinking, always be prepared. That's like the first rule. That it's actually the title of chapter 2 of the book. But
You got air knife or what?
an air knife. I don't have an air knife, no, but that sounds.
No. Have you got air knife?
No.
Knife by. Do you got a knife?
Do I have a knife? I actually, yes, I do. And it's not an air knife. It's just a regular knife. I mean, it's sharp. I've maintained it. I'll
We're
brandish.
gonna have fun, you and I.
I'll brandish the knife. It is in fact.
Hey! Whoa! I settle down. I didn't mean nothing by it.
Oh no! Don't be alarmed, friend. I mean you no harm. I know I may look intimidating, but I was just demonstrating, my preparedness for this mission.
For your book of our adventures, young Evander, what is our adventuring party name? We should have one so the heralds can speak it.
Oh, you're right. Every adventuring party does need a name. That's in chapter 3. It does say that sometimes groups have trouble choosing a name at first, and you kind of got to get to know each other a little bit, and then often there's like an inside joke or something that keeps coming up, and so like you kind of incorporate that into like your party ideal, and that sort of becomes like your branding. I'm not sure what that is for us yet, but I'll work on it.
Morgan Burns and
pass,
friends.
pass me a cup, Morgan, please.
I ain't getting branded. I don't care what you says.
I want to lock eyes with the only other dwarf in this group and just kind of do one of those looks.
Oh, yes. I understand. Yes. I will return your look. With equal beardist.
A Twitch comment. We've got the typical RPG party. Comic relief, smoke comic relief, distracted comic relief, involuntary comic relief, and caffeinated comic relief.
I'm going to be thinking for the next 10 minutes about which one is which.
The minutes pass. You finish your pints. Share some more banter. Tamali is still not rushing you, but If you don't do the job, one of you will have to pick up the tab at the end of this.
We should venture forth, friends.
Alright.
If we find some rats.
Put my bulky armor in the front.
Big fat rat. Delicious breakfast.
You know, the rats have a Morgan Burns week.
Did you just say that rat was a lich's breakfast?
No, boy. Delicious. Delicious breakfast.
Oh. Good. Well, I hope we're not encountering a lich.
We can dig them. What's a lich?
But nothing more than Morlocks. You know, they live beneath the city, right? Come up at night.
I ain't never seen one.
Well, that's the key, isn't it? They don't like to be seen.
Of course, I don't got no babies either.
Morlocks. I feel like I've heard of them. Maybe in Appendix 3? I'll flip pages.
I hope we have less locks, honestly. I'm not good at picking them.
You leave the locks to me, buddy.
I could do some of that.
I'll get that settled out.
We might as well get going, huh? Sounds like we don't need any further supplies.
My cup is full. Let us venture forth.
All right.
My clan dagger, tuck it into my belt, and I'm ready to go.
Yep.
Horace presumably is leading the way, and I will activate the next scene as you step down the staircase. The basement isn't pitch black, but it is quite poorly lit. It seems as though there's a lantern or a candle burning down there somewhere because there is some light coming up, but it would probably be difficult to see too well without a light source of your own, unless, of course, 3/5 of the party had dark vision.
I have warpy eyes.
Dear Caden, the god above of drink and merriment, can I enhance my drink to cast a light upon the scene?
Morgan, absolutely, you can cast the light spell. So how we do that is in your spell list. You can click light. Oh, you did it already. And then drag the spell effect onto whoever you're casting light on. I'm assuming yourself. You know,
it is spooky down here. Whoa! Oh, my goodness, Morgan, you scared me.
And Morgan, stumbling down the stairs, doesn't want to trip, and groggily holds his goblet aloft, and it shines forth with a clear light that helps him find his feet.
Ah, me friggin' eyes bite!
Those of you that have forged on further ahead, the dwarves and kobold, are now able to see the scene far better than you were a moment ago, because you may have dark vision, but color vision is nice to have too. What you can see is quite surprising. Tamali had said that there were pests infesting the basement. She hadn't said that there was a hole in the wall. But looking at the east wall of this small underground chamber, it seems to have completely collapsed. Bricks and stonework have just fallen in on themselves, and there's a wide open cavity leading down a tunnel. More immediately, the room that you're in, the ground is sort of soiled with broken boards, splinters, and the half-eaten remains of various salted fish that were down here for storage. The arguably more valuable drinks, the wine racks and so on, have been left untouched, but the salted fish has been thoroughly despoiled.
Not a cultured sort, then.
Zavoid, this is the problem with surface or stonework. Just no longevity.
Same thing.
My goodness. There's been some kind of critter in here for sure.
What do you think each of your characters are doing as you explore? What do you think is your individual priorities right now?
I think
Scrapper
at the ready.
Okay. So
Can I do like a parry defend type deal?
Yeah, so it sounds like Horace is defending. Scrapper, what are you up to?
I think Scrapper is about to start searching one of the shelves in the north.
Makes sense.
Although, if he sees other people brandishing weapons, he will probably also produce a knife.
Okay. What about Zavoid?
Zavoid is going to the barrels of fish that have been busted open, and he's looking for any evidence to fit his preconceived notion that this is Morlocks.
Okay.
Any scrap evidence he'll latch onto.
Can you blind roll me a society check to recall knowledge, please?
Recall knowledge. Society?
Yes.
Okay.
Morgan, are you just providing light and allowing your friends to do the work? Do you have anything that you're...
Oops, I pushed the wrong
I'm
button.
providing value by them doing the work for me.
Do you know how recall knowledge works, Steve?
Yeah, Steve, have you ever used
No.
recall knowledge
You know
action?
How does that work anyways? It
Yeah.
seems like unclear per the rules.
I
I accidentally didn't hold the
course.
right button, so it didn't go private.
Fine, I won't take your roll away. It's a very good roll. Zavoid, you know a lot about Morlocks and how their society works, and amongst other things, you know that they are indeed voracious creatures that have no culture and no understanding of fine aged wines. However, they are quite crafty. Crafty could mean that they have the ability to knock down a wall, but it also means they might be a bit smarter than to just leave the evidence, and they might be able to carry the barrels away with them. So there is enough evidence here that a dishonest mind could cherry pick the supporting evidence, but should you choose to look more critically at it, you may find some holes in your theory here. And finally, Evander, what do you think you're doing as we explore this room?
Well, I'll just kind of hop nimbly down the stairs, and I'm gonna go over to where the hallway is a little bit collapsed, and I'm gonna peer into the darkness. I've always been told by my uncle, you gotta always watch for traps and ambushes, doors and corners,
Makes
you know.
sense.
So
Yeah.
I'm just keeping an eye
You're
out.
using the search action to check for dangers, imminent dangers. Scrapper, your brief investigation doesn't show up any sort of pests or likely culprits, but you do find a few pretty interesting things. And by that I mean there's a piece of fish here that's perfectly good. Like it rolled under the desk, but like you could just no one's looking right now. I mean.
Scrapper would indeed pick up the fish and tilt his head back and just straighten into the maw and just let the tail hang out a bit and chew for a little while.
Scrapper friend, I believe we're supposed to save the fish, not consume them.
Don't know what you mean by...
Spit it back out.
Meanwhile, Evander is the
Another
only
one that we
one.
found eaten.
Evander is the only one, on the ball, so to speak, because I'm going to reveal what he rolled on his search action. He's prepared for this. The book told him what to do. Evander, as you peer into the gloom, you can't see far, but Morgan's light and the lantern in this room, they give you just enough to see some kind of shadowy outline. And then you hear a squeaking. Quite a loud squeaking. Like, imagine if you had a rat and it squeaked, but the rat was also big. Not large, medium, but like big, That kind of a squeak.
I'll just immediately say, we got a skulker.
What?
What's a skulker?
It's
What
in the
we're talking about.
shadows. It's coming this way. Ready yourselves.
I knew he was on something when I first saw him.
The youth are so prone to imagination.
Must be Pesh.
What'd you say about piss?
Pesh, lad. Pesh. Bad for you. Don't have it.
If I see this creature coming at me, I definitely would like to take
It's
some
not
action.
coming
but-
at you. It's you saw a glint of an eye and you heard a squeak, and there's something that moved and then vanished.
Okay.
Into the shadows.
I would say,
Can I...
I heard it.
hide around the... Sorry about the dog noises. Can I
That
hide around the
premium
corner of this
immersion.
door?
Yeah, Scrapper changes to the avoid notice action. Feel free to blind roll me a stealth check. In the meantime, is anyone else doing anything specific here?
I'd look up
I'll
towards...
get up and I'll stand protectively near the boy. I don't think he knows what he's doing.
Yeah, that's a smart move. Get in the way.
I'd look up at Morgan and say, Morgan, we could use some illumination down here.
Ah, of course, my friend. Yes, I shall come on down.
As Morgan approaches, the light floods the corridor, and all of you can see now, huddled against the rocks that form this natural cavern wall, hidden from sight in the dimness of light, a crowd of large, sort of slightly shivering, squeaking shapes. They look nervous, and one of them backs up as the light floods in, but the other hisses and sort of bristles and steps forwards. You can see that these animals don't really seem to know what to make of you just yet.
Those dogs seem a bit sickly.
I don't think those are dogs.
Stay behind me, lad.
What does your book say about these creatures?
Oh my gosh, that is dire. Surely this is what's perpetrated. We've got to take them out.
You see a creature in the basement and you immediately move to violence. With all that entertainment you consume.
The void moves to violence.
Just rats, lad. Jeez. We can tell they're rats, right? Big rats.
They're very big rats.
Yeah.
They're kind of mangy looking. You know, they've got patches of fur missing.
Yeah.
They've got some little bits of froth in the whiskers around their mouth. They look like they could take a nasty bite out of you.
That's why I got steel.
Well, I normally wouldn't harm an animal, but those don't look very nice.
Yeah, they paid for a job.
Shoot them off.
Yes. Maybe we'll scare them back down the cave and board it up.
The nearest one, the one that was sort of hissing aggressively, it makes a little sort of false charge, like a little dash forwards. And it seems to be trying to scare you out of its house and away from its fish.
All right. Well, you gotta do what you gotta do. I'll try to give it a non-lethal whack. You know, try the nice thing first and carry it outside.
Yeah. In this game, of course, for those that don't know, you can, without dealing any permanent damage to someone's skull or brain, just give them a quick concussion, carry them somewhere, they wake up fine. It's movie logic.
Yep.
So with that, Horace makes the, I think, quite fair assumption that there is no druid in the party, and decides that he will be the one to kick things off. And with that, we are going to be rolling initiative. Everybody except for Scrapper can roll initiative. Scrapper, you already rolled initiative when you rolled your stealth check.
It's all happening.
While we're rolling initiative, I just gotta give some awesome shout outs to Narky for doing cool maps here, because these overhead tiles are so awesome.
They
You
love
can say
them,
that. I
aren't
saw
they?
the chat and I wanted to say something too. I totally forgot. It is amazing.
Look at the way that my token moves underneath the wooden beam support, and it's really cool.
The overhead tiles are pretty fabulous.
Andrew, people are saying that they can't see the dice rolling. Do you have Dice So Nice disabled?
It's because they're being rolled privately.
They're blind. They're being blind rolls.
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry, I forgot. I have initiative hidden because otherwise, when you press roll all for the NPCs and there's like 4 of them, it starts to get a bit...
There will be dice rolls if anyone is rolling publicly.
Yes, exactly. All right. Up first, it's one of the rats. And as Horace moves, the Mexican standoff is broken, and the rat lunges at him.
Oh no!
It uses an action to stride.
Oh my!
And then it will attempt to bite Horace. I'm still blind rolling. I'm sorry. There you go.
Oh, I think that'll miss.
I assume that is a miss. And his second attack will no doubt also miss.
Indeed.
Are we using the stream to educate the audience that might not know Pathfinder at all about how like the action system works, or are we just playing?
Yeah, we can do a little bit, but we don't want to make it.
That happens on Cody's turn.
The beginner box that you can buy does have the rules in it, in the handouts and things, so you can get an introduction that way. But I would like this to be sort of accessible to people that haven't played Pathfinder. So for explanation, the reason the rat could make 2 attacks is that all creatures have 3 actions in Pathfinder. So he moved and then he attacked twice, and each successive attack takes a cumulative penalty to hit. So that's what stops you from just attacking 3 times every single turn. Of course, less intelligent enemies and normal intelligence players will still do that every time. The second rat floods in as well, and it's going straight for the softer target. It's going for Evander. And it's gonna, again, come up with a bite.
Oh,
Misses.
I dodged nimbly.
And a second one, which does hit.
Oh no.
So, although you manage to step out of the way of the initial lunge, you sort of back up into Zavoid, and there's nowhere else to go as the rat bites you. 5 damage at this level. It's no good. And that is his entire turn.
Do I have reactions this early? It's not until my first turn, right?
You have a reaction. You want you could see them before combat.
Oh, I don't want the boy to get hurt too bad. I'll try making the rat think about its actions. I don't know what the rat will choose.
Yeah, what the rat choose? Okay.
So either he can't harm Evander, or Evander will get some resistance, and the rat becomes enfeebled.
I think he's not smart enough to feel guilt, I think he's going to be enfeebled. But that means Evander takes 3 less damage from that attack. And immediately it is your turn, Horace.
Alrighty. Let's see. That's not major, is it? No. So I'm going to target the one attacking the young boy there and be like, "Hey, back, lad, back. These things will bite you." Give it a whack. Oh, that should have a -2 because I did say I was doing this non-lethally at first. Sorry, I forgot to plug that in. So 17.
It's still a hit, don't worry.
Sweet.
And this is on the one to your right?
Yeah, the one, below me, sorry, the one that attacked me.
The one below you, okay. Yeah, you land a solid hit with your boppin' stick. What kind of weapon is that?
It's a bow staff, technically, but it was
wonderful. I love those.
My old long spear. I broke the head off of it, so it was a little less lethal.
So yeah, and sort of an expert twist of your staff, and you deliver a solid and yet magically non-permanently damaging, stunning strike to the head, and the rat is out for the count. He's down.
Excellent. 1 headache from Nethys. Now to the next. So now I'll target that one to my right. There we go. And let's put some map on this. Ah, Nethys praise. Oh, I forgot the I forgot the -2 again. Sorry. So 15.
It's an exact hit.
Oh, hooray! Even better. Still praise Nethys. That's all right.
Your second strike is as accurate, but perhaps less potent. It's very close quarters here, and you've got a pretty long weapon. But you manage to hit the rat and send it sort of off balance a little bit. Evander, the rat just attempted to bite you.
Do I get my third action?
Oh my god, have you got a third action? Oh my goodness. Who designed this game? Who designed this game?
I was just gonna parry again, so I was just gonna put.
Wonderful. Yeah. Sorry. No, you don't get a third action. I've just decided you guys.
You've done enough, Horace.
Yeah, Evander. Sorry.
Too much of that drink from Morgan.
How would you like to respond? This rat did not last very long. Your friend seems like a very competent protector.
Evander would be completely spooked by the way that this rodent has lunged at him, and without necessarily realizing that Horace has the matter in hand, he would kind of recoil backwards and sort of scream in alarm, like, "Get back, you mangy devils!" And as he does that, a cascading ripple of magical energy emanates out from his chest, as I will use Haunting Him. And I will try and drive back these rodents.
Okay. Where are you placing your 15-foot cone?
Well, I don't know what... Do I put it from the center of my square or from the edge of my square? Or does it matter?
It's not from the center.
If it's from the edge, I would do this.
Yes, that is correct. That's a very good placement. I will ignore the one that is already unconscious.
I didn't think he could get louder.
So what does your Haunting Him sound like?
Well, it sort of starts as like a bit of like a cry of alarm where my voice kind of breaks and cracks a little bit, and it's actually like pretty embarrassing. But as I kind of lean into it, there is sort of this more melodic and ominous undertone to it, where like my boyish scream kind of turns into a sort of rumbling wail that like doesn't quite look exactly in keeping with Evander's outward appearance.
Okay. Can you roll me the damage?
I surely can. It's just 4, always.
Oh, okay. Well, the closer one was not prepared to resist the sonic onslaught, and with a sort of a pitiful screech that harmonizes rather beautifully with your hymn, it passes out. The one in the back critically succeeds and seems ready to bull rush you regardless of your actions. Speaking of actions, I think you have one left.
I do.
What would you like to use it?
Yeah, I may have unwittingly done some damage to the one that Horace so ably incapacitated. I don't know, but seeing these rats encroaching on us and worried for my well-being, I will desperately scramble over this barrel and to what I hope would be relative safety.
Okay, yeah, you can use an action to get on the other side of the barrel, sort of squeezing your way through. Let's check if there's a squeeze skill action.
Or I could attempt to vault it acrobatically, perhaps.
Yeah. Well, jumping is athletics, actually. Squeeze is acrobatics.
Maybe a balance.
Why not a recall knowledge? I'm just curious how I don't know if I can say this in a non-metagamey sense, but I'm curious if you're able to extricate yourself without rendering yourself flat-footed, essentially.
Maybe not.
We're gonna do an acrobatics check to squeeze.
Okay.
So you're sort of jumping between the gap, and you just make it through very easily. You have a small, lithe frame. Do you have a background in, acrobatic performances?
Well, I've done some performances here and there. Sometimes tumbling around, playing a thing or two. I wouldn't call it a formal, training, but yeah, I like to perform some gymnastic arts from time to time.
Perhaps more importantly, of course, with half of the rats down and the party's moral center seemingly out of harm's way, I can change the music to something a little bit more cheerful. As Horace, second foe dispatched, perhaps he feels ready to continue his devastation of the rats, but first, the second wave are going to flood into the room. I think that what they're going to do... Rats, little known fact, rats are actually really smart. Smart enough, in fact, that they will utilize tactics. This one's going to try and rush behind Zavoid, which means it's going to use a tumble through action.
Body blocking. Nope, not.
Does that defeat your, I think it's fortitude?
Yes, it beats my fortitude.
Okay. Horace, do you have any reactions you can use to this? I don't think so, but I'm asking.
Not until he gets hurt. Then I'll have something.
Well, he's gonna bite Zavoid from behind, but he misses, and he will make his second attempt. Also a miss. He rushes past you. He's a pretty big rat, but although you're momentarily bewildered, long enough for him to get behind you, you quickly regain your sort of your footing. Just in time for the other one to run up behind. He's going to attempt to get his flanking bonus because he is an extremely optimal and mechanically... Oh, excellent. Here we go.
Well, that's going to hurt.
So,
I will use
for
my
the benefit
reaction.
of the audience, anyone who doesn't have video on, this is a critical hit. I did ask if they were sure they wanted to let enemies draw critical cards. But, he is definitely going to choose to continue hitting.
We know not what to do. Punish us, oh great GM.
Here is the damage roll. Minimum damage. My home group never get this. They always get the good stuff. And
You'll
I'm
take
gonna
a
see...
3 less on that.
So we drew. It's a piercing. Yeah, piercing. You're deafened until you are healed. I don't think you take. You take 1 damage as he bites your earlobe, and that 1 damage somehow is deafening you.
He squeaks really loud right in your ear.
Yeah, he screeches in your ear, and you now have tinnitus. Congratulations. Zavoid. How would you like to respond?
Well, in the only way that Zavoid knows how to solve his problems, I got my beard starts sparking with electricity, and I sort of take my hand and split it down the middle, so it's got 2 separate tufts coming down, and 1 bolt jolts towards each rat on either side of me, and I'm gonna electric arc these 2 rats.
Okay.
So that will be a basic reflex save for the rat.
However, because you are deafened, and Electric Arc has a verbal component.
It's true.
You will need to make a DC 5 flat check to see if you can sort of intonate spell correctly with that disorienting ringing in your ears.
Yep.
So
flat checks are cool.
Yep.
You just gotta hit just a flat roll.
Yeah, and the DC is 5.
Here it goes.
All right.
Easy.
It goes through perfectly. Good job.
I'll roll the damage on that electric arc.
Oh, here we go. They both immediately regret running up to you. And like the mighty electric eel, Zavoid shocks both of his opponents.
And then with my third action, I guess I will take my hand down to my belt and draw my clan dagger just to have it at the ready.
Yeah, emotional support clan dagger, it makes you feel better to have it out.
Right.
Morgan, things are happening all around you, but, they seem to be doing fine. Do you want to help them out? Do you want to just watch?
No, I should probably help. How damaged are these weird dogs looking?
Oh, they're both pretty scorched, pretty shocked, pretty... It was a taser, though, right? We're not... Light zapping. You could
do
probably
they
get
look
some
like-
glory by knocking one out, actually.
Hmm. Do they look like I could probably scare them away if I were to amplify my voice?
Ooh, yeah, you could give that a shot for sure.
Okay.
How scary are
I'm
you,
ex-
though?
I don't know. I assume I'm pretty scary.
Yeah, okay. I think that I agree that you would think you were scary.
I've had to shout over loud bars before. My voice is maybe a little louder than I normally remember it to be. But I will use Bullhorn to attempt to coerce these creatures to scurry away.
Morgan is attempting to use a demoralize action. I'll give you a +1 from Bullhorn on it, because I think that's fun. Roll me an intimidation check, please.
Where am
You
I
have a
going to
-4 because you don't speak the same language.
Okay, where would I find that?
It's a skill, intimidation.
I apologize as I try to find
The
which
skills
of
tab
these.
is
That
the
is
one that
the
looks like a
hand
hand.
tab, the hand icon.
Okay. It's called proficiencies. Got it. Okay, so intimidation -4.
Yeah, but +1. You know,
So
-3.
-3. Yeah. I'm just making sure I don't enter that separately.
I'm just glad I'm deafened and I don't have to hear.
Ooh.
Oh my
nice.
god, okay. Despite everything, the primal yelling, magically enhanced, successfully frightens both of the rats. They are shookened, they are shaken, they are not stirred. They seem at the very least distracted. If not perhaps entirely cowed. We'll have to wait until their turn to find out.
So
And that was 3 actions, because you cast a cantrip and then used Demoralize.
Oh, okay.
I let it attack. I let it hit them both because you used Bullhorn. Seems
Okay.
fair to me. Scrapper is up. Scrapper was unfortunately last on initiative, which means he has not got surprise on anyone. Do you think that this was a sort of a wait for them to soften each other up type of thing? Or did his foot get tangled up in some spider webs?
I believe that Scrapper is intentionally huddled around the corner, waiting for an opportune time to move in and do some stabbing in the backs.
We know
Absolutely.
you was back there cheekily scarfing a fish, Scrapper.
All right, so you're spending an action to move into position. Looks like.
Yep. He will move to here. Standing on the back of this dead rat.
Yeah. Let me.
He's sleeping.
And will promptly thrust into the spine of that one with a knife.
I have my clan dagger at the ready too, so it should hopefully be flat-footed.
Yeah. Presumably, I believe this automatically takes that into account. We'll find out.
It will when you roll the attack. I'm ready. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
You come so close.
Fortunately, because I have another action left, Scrapper is going to energetically just stab a few times.
Get another one in. Oh my goodness. That is a hit. I can't even read your dice. I don't even know what those are.
Those dice.
Oh, look at that damage roll, though.
That was violent.
Scrapper appears, you might have thought he was hiding, but no, he was just waiting for the right moment to look really like he's helping a lot so that you don't think that he was hiding. And as soon as he appears, the rat is no longer appeared. It is gone. It is an ex-rat. This equally sized kobold like throws itself on its back and unleashes a veritable torrent of knife attacks. It is extremely PG-13.
I do hate to be this person, but he did forget to apply his multiple attack penalty.
It would still have hit, don't worry.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you.
It's
yeah.
Right.
It's pretty crazy, actually. Yeah, it hits because of both the flatfoot and the frightened. Without the frightened, it wouldn't have hit. So. And
Good job,
I
Morgan.
believe that is all of your actions. Brings us finally back around to Horace.
Hello. All right. Let's see, am I on? Deselect that. Okay. Take a step on up here. And since my weapon has a little reach, let's go ahead and try to whack it. And this time, I'm gonna remember my -2, since I'm not the violentest most on little poor critters, so try to put them out in a nice way. Oh yeah. Praise nuts.
Excellent. You reach past your allies, just sort of get over there, with the boom mic, and you get a nice solid hit in over their heads, and the last rat falls. And all in all, it was pretty easy job. Easiest 10 gold of your life, I think. Zavoid took 1 damage.
Wow.
I mean, you are still deaf. I guess that's not.
Ooh, what?
But yeah, you can go. That's it. You beat the game.
This
boys,
adventuring
well done.
thing really gets the heart pumping, boys.
I'm about to
Pick these rats up outside.
Scrapper begins stuffing one of the rats into the sack at his waist.
The rat is the same size as you.
That is fine.
Okay, I'm just making sure.
He's trying.
That was amazing. Oh my goodness. Oh, my heart's
Are there
pumping.
any living ones outside?
Yeah, you get the you do some triage. Let them.
No medicine.
You get Tamale will she'll drive them half an hour out of town and let them out into the woods.
Yeah.
Farm upstate.
Hey, friends. Hey, friends, look at this. Look at this. I come running in, and I'm holding my arm out, and I'm like, I point at some blood and a gash on my forearm, and I say, look, I have sustained a wound, a legitimate wound, right here.
What's that leaking out of your arm there?
Oh, that's blood. That's my blood.
Boy.
It bit me. I'm probably diseased now. I'm gonna need a cure and some.
Nah, just rub some dirt in it, buddy. You'll be fine.
Oh man, this was
Dirt's
my
good.
first legitimate adventuring wound, y'all. I gotta write about this in my diary.
Scrapper begins rooting at some of the rubble to cover his hand in some clay dust, and then will jump up to smear it over the wound.
Now, Evander, my dear boy, I must pass on some advice my father gave to me. Now that we are victorious champions, heroes, be wary of those who are suddenly your friend now that you've won.
That sounds like sage advice. Has someone hurt you in the past, Morgan, that you've experienced that kind of emotional trauma?
Well, occasionally I'll be up at the tables, as it were, and suddenly, beautiful men and women come sidling up, and you gotta be wary.
The world is full of false friends, but don't worry, there are also those that will be true and loyal companions. I sense that our group is poised for great things to come after this first success.
Did you come up with the name yet, so we can proclaim our glorious victory?
Rat killers.
Well, we've killed some rats, and we've saved the fish, but I'm not sure that that's really the stuff of legend that makes for the best group identity. I think maybe we're not quite there yet.
Rat killers.
Fish savers.
Rat killers.
I mean, if you want us to have a name right now, we can choose, but, it's still early, I think, in our companionship.
Saw the chat. I appreciate that we've released rodents of unusual size into the swamp.
As you are, unwinding, catching your breath, I believe I heard Scrapper was rubbing some dirt in Evander's wound, quite literally. Scrapper, would you, if Evander will accept your medical attention, you can roll a treat wounds action, which is a medicine skill check.
Are you sure that's a good idea, Scrapper?
That's what I always does.
I'm not an expert in medicine, but...
Oh boy, if you aren't the expert, let the expert work on you.
All right. Thank you.
Scrapper finds some real good dirt. You feel the same, but maybe it's the thought that counts.
As Scrapper's working on him, I'm going to subtly try to lay on hands.
Absolutely. I believe that's 8 HP at our current level, or is it 6?
6, just 6.
Yeah, 6.
I'll take 8.
How does it feel to be healed by a champion of Nethys?
Oh, it was all the kobold.
Yeah, the neutral aligned magical energies restore your wounds to their, restore your body to its normal state, and you feel like the dirt really helped you.
Magic dirt.
Do I know that Horace did that, or do I think that Scrapper's methodology was in fact?
Well, you know that he brushed up against you. Depending on how subtle he was trying to be, it may not have been very obvious. The only somatic component of lay on hands is that he has to physically touch you.
How subtle am I?
Yeah. Oh,
super subtle.
You got the real rogue here.
Well, I'll be damned, Scrapper. I didn't believe you at first, but that dirt trick actually has soothed me pretty good.
Always works for me, boy. Perfect.
Mark it down in your book there, boy.
Perfectly trained doctor right here we got.
I will...
You guys...
I'll have to cross-reference this with the instructional chapter about healing in my pocket guide, but I suppose maybe there's more secrets out there that have yet to be uncovered about the ways of the healing arts.
Mm-hmm. As Zavoid, you're listening to all of this conversation.
Oh, I'm not listening at all. It's just...
Yeah, it's like it's underwater. You can hear, muffled noises. No one seems to have taken much notice of the fact that you haven't said anything yet, but, you could probably request some medical attention, some healing.
I'm just rubbing my ear, like the base of my ear here, trying to,
How often can I heal?
How often can you heal? You can heal, I believe, 4 times per day, 5 times per day. It's based off charisma. 4. Yeah, you've got 4 heal spells.
Okay.
You're going to be the best, in combat healer, because my stuff's only good every 10 minutes.
Oh, well, then yeah.
You could theoretically heal this without magic too, right? It just...
Yeah,
anyone magical healing.
Anyone trained in medicine can use treat wounds, like Scrapper did. You could take another 10 minutes and do the same for your other friend, Scrapper.
What's wrong with your ear? You get cacked in the head or what?
Are you all right there, my iridescent friend?
All right, Scrapper,
very much
please roll me another medicine check.
Scrapper reaches up and grabs hold of Zavoid's beard.
Oh, man.
And pulls his head down to his height.
I'll kneel.
And then, slaps him on the side of the head.
Just knock it loose.
I repeat the same, too. So.
Yeah, block your nose and breathe out, right? Like on an aeroplane. Oh, it works.
Oh, I'm a master rogue.
Let's see. Yeah, so again, for some reason, you feel better. I mean, the impact hits you, and then your ears just clear, and you can hear again. You're healed for 6 HP once more.
Pop it in chat there if you want it.
Horace is working overtime with these refocuses. For those
I don't know why that says Horace. It's all Scrapper.
For those that don't know, refocusing to regain a focus point takes 10 minutes, which is the same length of time that treat wounds does. So it's working out perfectly.
So Scrapper slaps me in the ear for 10 minutes, and then it finally works.
Yeah, he boxes your ears, and then eventually it pops, and you can hear it.
I think it's more like he takes 10 minutes figuring out that That's Zavoid is actually injured, and then goes over and just.
He's got to perform his diagnosis, you know.
If permitted, while
that did it.
Oh,
no good.
If permitted, while they're taking care of that, I'm curious to see if there's any clues that might confirm that the rats were responsible for the disappearance of this fish, because Tamale seemed to think that was not the case.
Yeah, do you want to roll me Recall Knowledge with Nature? That's a secret check, so you'll have to blind roll it.
Steve, don't forget to heal your... Oh, there you go.
Will certainly give it a shot. I know there's some special...
You can use Bardic Law if you have it, in place of any Recall Knowledge.
Certainly not... Oh, I don't think that was blind, but it was also very poor. There's some special way in the Pathfinder system that you have to, like, get the prompt to do a blind roll, or no?
Just don't press Shift. Just click normally.
Okay.
And you can also set your roll mode in
Got
chat.
it.
I don't know why I'm explaining this to you, because you made Foundry.
Well, no, but there's some slightly different UX, I think. But
yeah,
anyways.
it depends on your settings, because you can set it to default to require Shift, or default to have the dialogue. So I have it default to always using the dialogue.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, so whatever the monsters these were, you've never seen rats this big, so this is clearly something else, something unusual. However, just some sort of basic deductive reasoning is that obviously Tamale never told you there was a hole in the wall. She presumably would have, so that's a bit suspicious.
Is it?
Yeah, I mean, she's probably just, in on the Moloch conspiracy.
Mm.
Can I inspect the, where the hole comes through? Does it look like it's been dug out with tools? Or...
Absolutely. Would you like to roll a hidden Recall Knowledge with crafting for me, or engineering law if you have it, or kobold law if you have it? Kobolds are good at tunnels. Cavern law if you have it.
How many lores can you list that are related?
There are infinite laws. There is. You can have any law skill you want, so there's literally no end. So if you ever think you have a law skill that would be relevant, you have to tell me. Scrapper,
basement lore.
You take a look around at this tunnel and you can immediately see a whole bunch of sort of key signs of tool use. Although the tunnel itself is natural, very, very clearly it's been expanded and worked away at by something using hand tools. You can't find the tools here, but there are tool marks on the stone. In addition, when you check the stones on the ground, like the bricks, none of them have any mortar between them. They were loose.
Does it look similar to the digging around the Thirsty Alpaca?
Yeah, so the Thirsty Alpaca is haunted and no one goes there except Scrapper, who he has a conspiracy theory that there's a secret kobold army that are undermining the city by digging holes under buildings to collapse them so that he can't have fun times at a tavern. And yeah, that's the same. It's the same tool marks. It's the same thing. This is it. This is the conspiracy.
Well,
they're
my
working
friends,
on your second favorite tavern after they got the first one.
Can't have nothing because the fucking skeets by. We gotta go tell Tammy.
Not to propose undutifully that we extend our venture party career, but I've always been told that hole-in-the-wall taverns have the best drinks.
Propose away, Morgan. I'm all in favor of extending our adventure. Let's go into this cavern. There's might be something else down here. I don't think these rats are the ones that ate the fish.
Gonna be skeet spies. Gonna be skeets.
Skeet spies? What's a skeet spy?
No, bye. It's gonna be skeets.
All right.
There's some
You
mushrooms,
sound
at
very
least.
certain about it. I don't know what you're saying, but I admire your conviction.
You look good with the fish. Oh. I collided with the wall.
Oh my gosh,
Rather-
look at the size of that mushroom.
Is there a wall here? I can't go forward. Is there a drop?
Cora, you seem to be muted.
I am muted. Hello. I was mocking you for not waiting for a room description. As you advance, you squeeze through the gap, the collapsed wall, and make your way a short way down the tunnel, and you reach a sudden and sharp drop. Not so sharp it would be impossible to climb, but it's a bit of a precarious, sort of slippery cliff that might require a little bit of thought on how to approach it, although it is only 10 feet tall. And you're bringing your light source. Morgan has his blessed wine glass, which is, giving you guys. I love how the effect icon for light is over the glass.
I was thinking that.
That's amazing.
It is in the perfect
This is
spot.
such high production value. Yeah. Every last bit of this was planned.
Scrapper unceremoniously flips forward off the cliff to land below.
It's true.
All right. I will climb down after him.
Yeah, and for those not in the know, thanks to the catfall feat, Scrapper is immune to full damage from this drop. And,
this is where I fall.
Oh. Horace unceremoniously begins to climb down and makes it safely, albeit perhaps with less style than Scrapper.
I think Zavoid at this point is just in his backpack pulling rope out because he's not that cool. And tying it off to something.
Yeah, there is some.
See, I knew it would come in handy. You always got to bring rope. That and the caltrop. Dude, does anyone have caltrops?
I do believe our dear Tammy forbade caltrops.
She said no caltrops in the basement. We are not in the basement anymore. Who knows where these tunnels could lead?
Building. We're surely in the basement.
Well, I'm not sure I agree with you. Evander will hop down with the casual brashness of youth and hope I don't wound myself.
Oh, interesting choice. Do you have a feat that allows you to avoid full damage?
I surely don't.
Okay, so you're jumping the 10 feet.
I'm not like, face planting, but I'm going to hop down and try and land cautiously.
Okay, before you commit to that course of action, the rules on full damage in this system are you take damage equal to the number of feet that you fell.
That is substantial.
Which would be 10.
I'm rethinking my course of action.
Yeah.
I am dangling a rope.
I will cautiously descend the precipice.
Okay, would you like to roll me an athletics check?
Not really, but
climb?
Since you're asking.
May need you to patch him up again, Scrapper, after this.
All right. So Evander gives it a real solid try, but unfortunately, he is weak, and he's also wearing armor, which imposes a check penalty. What armor are you wearing? Does studded leather have a check penalty? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it does have a strength requirement.
Are you telling me that I am not sufficiently capable to descend a 10-foot slope with the assistance of rope?
Oh, wait, do you have a rope?
For you. Yeah,
I think I missed the rope.
Oh, yeah, I missed that too. It's because you weighed yourself down with armor. You're not strong enough to carry.
You would have slipped without the support of your friend's rope. Thankfully, the climbing aid allows you to get to the bottom safely without embarrassing yourself.
My goodness. I've scaled little cliffs like that at home with no problem, but here in Otari, they're slippery with the sea air. It's like the salt. It sticks to it. Did you see how I slipped there? Good thing I had that rope.
That's
the humans can't climb nutting by.
Climb nutting?
Morgan, do you want me to hold your drink while you go down?
No, friend. My drink never leaves my hand. I'm going to grab the rope with one hand and hold out the drink with the other, and just like slowly scoot down.
All right,
like
roll your athletics check.
I believe the climbing is.
Oh, that is not a good roll.
Oh, and I was going to bet Scrapper money that he would spill it.
Unfortunately, that is a critical failure.
Oh, critical.
You feel yourself beginning to slip. You begin to fall adjacent to the edge, and you have a sort of a split second where you could, if you wanted, use the grab an edge reaction to try and arrest your fall. However, you would have to drop the rope.
Or
your drink, but I'm just assuming that's not an option.
Oh, yeah, that's not, I will drop the rope and attempt to grab the edge instead.
All right, roll me a reflex save.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
Wonderful. You manage. You succeed. You stay on, but you're now holding on to the edge, and then your cup, and you've just got the rope like next to you. Zavoid, Morgan is hanging off the edge. What would you like to do? Can you help him in any way, or is he just out of luck?
No, I think what I'll try to do is summon my mage hand and try to use the mage hand to sort of like take the cup out of his hand to give him two hands to climb down and just keep it within reach of him, but in my mage hand.
I mean, Morgan, your feet are only like 3 feet from the ground right now. I think it's okay.
I'm gonna fall. Oh my God! Oh, my life is in perilous danger. Oh God! Oh Lord!
It's really not that far.
Oh.
Do we need Horace to like catch him to like go down?
Scrapper scoops a rock off the ground and flicks it at Morgan's head.
With the intent to deal damage, or just as an insult?
No, just to kind of give him the effective like range slap, just to like knock him down and knock him out of it.
So you don't want to deal damage, but do you want to sort of? Are you attempting to like shock him out of his grip so he drops? Is that the idea?
Yep.
Okay. I can't remember if there is an equivalent action to aid, so we're going to use aid backwards. Can you roll me an attack roll with your stone, with your improvised weapon? You're trained in those, I think. So that'll be, your dexterity and your level, and then 2.
I am unfamiliar with how to roll a...
Okay, so in chat, you type /R, 1d20.
I meant using the Pathfinder sheet, thank you.
These Foundry guys, they don't know how to use the software. It's so funny.
It's because we spend all our time in the code mines.
You never actually see it from the side.
It's okay. I'll take this out on you next week when we're working on Abomination Vaults.
Uh-oh. So yeah, just feel free to roll me a d20. I know your modifiers, so you don't need to... Oh, excellent. Okay. Morgan, I think that hits you. So you have a -1 to your climbing attempt. Your next climbing attempt. If you wanted to stay holding on, you would have a -1.
If we're going to be an accomplished adventuring troupe, we're going to have to really get used to dealing with like 10-foot ledges. I think we need to practice our descending technique here, guys. Come on, Morgan, you can do it. Shimmy down.
Yeah.
All right, what do you want from me, Cora? Or can I just drop down? It's literally.
Would you like to just let go? You are allowed to just let go.
I'm going to just let go. I'm going to scream as I do so.
You drop 3 feet, which I believe is equivalent to 1 meter for my fellow North American continent brained friends. And that is not high enough for you to take full damage, but if you like, you can land in an ungainly and embarrassing heap on the ground.
All right.
We would appreciate it.
Yeah. Just,
All right. You crumple a little bit. You feel a bit sorry for yourself, but you're on the ground. To you, this was an ordeal, a terrifying experience.
Eventually,
right over there, cocky.
Oh, my heart is beating almost as fast as that time I outran that lion.
Is Morgan the tallest character in the party as well?
I think so. Yes.
Evander's pretty lanky.
All right, Zavoid, how are you getting down? Have you got to trick
so
out that beard?
Nope. So seeing this, I dismiss my mage hand, which fizzles out. I grab the rope with both hands, tuck the clan dagger back in my belt, and I'm just blunking down the side.
All right. It's another athletics check, I think. But the DC is significantly lower thanks to the rope, which helps. Yeah, you crit. Wonderful. Yeah.
Now there is an example of a dwarf who knows what he's doing. Everyone just stop and appreciate that and take notes for next time.
I beg your
I also have
pardon.
a feat called Rock Runner, which makes me adept at moving across uneven surfaces. Not quite climbing, but I think it helps make it look easy, natural.
All right. And with that, finally, everybody got down the cliff, the second most dangerous enemy that you've encountered thus far after that one rat that ate Zavoid's ear.
Well, we haven't encountered a door yet. That'll be the true test.
All right,
As
new
you-
party name, Ledge Hoppers.
As you gaze northwards, the corridor there fades into darkness for those of you without supernatural senses, and it seems that there are no unnatural lights illuminating the cavern beyond, except the faint glowing of bioluminescent mushrooms. For everyone else, for 3/5 of the party, for the dwarves and the kobold, you can see a larger cavern crisscrossed with webbing up ahead.
Let's check it out.
Man, these
Got my
mushrooms
popper
are
ready.
something else, aren't they, Zavoid? You ever seen mushrooms this big?
Oh, I wouldn't have those mushrooms. They make you... no, never mind. Go and have some of those mushrooms.
Well, I wasn't going to eat them. I was admiring their girth.
It is something.
Yes.
I'm just gonna also point out I'm leaving my rope tied in case we need to make.
Yeah,
a quick
that's smart. You don't need it yet.
We have a way up.
All about defend again and cautiously move in the room and look around.
Yeah, Horace prepares a defensive stance preemptively.
Horace, I do suspect that we are entering some sort of spider-infested cavern.
Oh, you know what those are. Good, good.
Dear Tammy needs to sweep the cobwebs down here.
It's might dusty. Feels like home.
My goodness. As you begin entering the room and sort of fanning out, some of you are treading on webs, and you can see the vibrations traveling up towards the center, signaling to its inhabitant that prey is near. And indeed, that inhabitant chooses to reveal itself, perhaps not realizing that there are more than just this first group of you. It seems to think Horace would be a tasty-sized meal, and a large arachnoid form descends from a web in front of him.
Oh, I never liked spiders.
This will be initiative, but I did not yet clear the tracker from last time because I am incompetent.
You're doing great. What in Caelad's name is that multi-legged creature?
Oh, I am looking the other way.
I'm experiencing some brief technical difficulties, so if
I
you
will
want
roll
to roll my initiative,
Your
I
stealth
will be right
initiative
back.
for you.
Well, all of the creatures in the Pathfinder Beginner Box come with high-resolution artwork. This is one that we may not show to avoid triggering people on Twitch.
Uh-oh. I don't think we're actually hiding it.
I think
didn't-
it's a big one.
It's already
Yeah,
there.
I don't.
I see it.
Well, of course, the one having technical difficulties went first. So,
Scrapper will reposition towards the left-hand side of the cavern as far as he can move for his first action. And I don't know what the situation is with holding actions in Pathfinder, but
oh,
think
I
he
forgot
will
how much
wait.
you like that. You can hold your entire turn, so you just insert it when you want. You can also delay one single action by spending 2 actions into reaction. Almost never worth doing. In a case like this, you might want to just draw and throw a knife instead, because you'll be getting your sneak attack if you act now.
Okay, he will toss 2 knives at...
Do you have the quick draw feat?
I do not.
So it will be an interact action to draw a knife, and then your final and third action would be throwing it, so you can throw it.
Okay, so he will throw 1 knife.
Okay. Draw. Strike. You/I rolled a 16, which is unfortunately just barely a miss with your flat-footed bonus. You still have your dagger in the other hand, though, so on the next turn, you're ready for action.
Feckin' legs can't hit nothing.
Don't worry, Scrapper. I saw where that knife went.
You're bogged down, presumably, by the webbing. Zavoid. There's only one enemy this time, so Electric Arc is still the best cantrip in the game, instead of twice the best cantrip in the game.
But this is a much bigger threat, and this requires a bigger jolt of electricity. So the spider, I can see it, right? It's trying to hide, but it moved, and it's like visible.
It's not hidden or concealed from you in any way. It is suspended in the air above Horace. It's kind of like, these squares. Like, it's lowering itself.
Got it.
So it's sort of going to pounce on him.
Right. So I will use a bigger jolt of electricity coming out of my beard, and I kind of pull my hand through my beard and build a static ball in my palm, and then use my hands to sort of build it up. I'm going to use a first level spell, which is called Horizon Thunder Spear.
Coolest name.
It is a cool name, and it's a variable cast, so it can be cast as 2 actions or 3 actions. In this case, I'm casting it as a 3-action spell, which increases its range to 60 feet and deals half damage even on a failure.
Now, of course, you have to say the name of the move in character when you use it. When you cast Horizon Thunder Sphere.
It's required.
That's one of the rules of the game.
I yell out my clan name, which is Boltbend, as I throw the
amazing
giant thing. And this spell, actually, you can even charge it for 2 turns and spend 6 actions to make it even bigger. So either way, I will target this and make the attack roll.
Oh no.
Ooh. Well, you know what? That's a miss, but I would like to dip into my hero points.
I think that's a wise course of action here.
Oh, we have those? How many do we get?
You start with 1 each, and your GM never remembers to give you more, so you get 1 for the entire session.
This is important enough. I'm going to reroll using my hero point, which allows me to reroll that attack. And that turns it into a 21 instead.
Nice.
My heroic moment.
All right. So that deals, 5d6?
I think it's 3d6.
3d6 base, but you up the action, right? Oh no, that's only on 3. Okay. Yes.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay, so you deal.
I mean, I guess the good thing, it would have dealt half damage even on the miss with my 3 action, but I'll take the full damage.
It's a very powerful spell, and a extremely non-cantrip bolt of lightning lances out and strikes the spider as it's descending. Morgan, this thing's pretty big.
Is it?
Maybe a bad trip moment.
They're saying it's a spider. Is it really big, or is it just really close to Morgan?
Also, how many are you seeing right now, do you think? You seeing double yet?
Yeah, I think there's just the one, and it's really close. Also, I would like to argue that Morgan has recently overcame the greatest adversity in his entire life, and therefore deserves another hero point for that cliff. Anyway, I'd like to lighten up my glass even more and cast Divine Lance, for this creature is ruining the merriment.
Interesting. So a note on the mechanics here. Divine Lance is a cleric cantrip which deals alignment damage. Alignment damage is essentially energy which is it embodies a sort of a pure, planar morality, and it's as a result only harmful to creatures to which it's in opposition. So if you targeted just a normal dude with good damage, he wouldn't get hurt. But if you targeted a devil or a really bad person, they would find it repulsive to them.
Or an evil spider.
Now, the issue with the spider, of course, is that, as established, while animals are clever enough to use tactics, and thus cleverer than you, they were also not clever enough to be ranked on our subjective morality system.
So I should
and
not
so
use that.
You may find that
It doesn't
it's
know
better
that.
used against different targets.
All right, so I don't believe I otherwise have a ranged anything.
No, you do have a rapier that you can shank people with. If
Is
you're
it close
feeling
enough
special.
to...
You could walk up and poke at him. Poke up.
Get in there,
Oh, I
Morgan.
know,
It's only
I do
got
have
8
some-
legs.
I do know something I can do. I could launch an
Notice.
insightful quip against the foe.
Yeah, that's true. You could.
8-legged shambler, you should be off with you. Diplomacy check. I just click that. Oh, it does work.
So, of course, the spider does not speak common,
Nope.
and you only speak common.
hmm
So
Also,
I'll give
Elvish poetry.
I'll give you a -4 to your witty repartee to see if your insult can bypass the language barrier. Unfortunately, although this would have succeeded, you're sure, against any intelligent enemy, the spider is too stupid to realize that it's been insulted. And you do not succeed in shaking its will or its resolve. You have 2 actions remaining.
I will pull out my rapier. And I will stand where I am and defend. Is that a
Okay.
thing I can do?
Yeah, you can. The rapiers have the parry trait. I just assumed they would. They probably don't actually.
Feels like thematically they should, but I don't think they do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They have disarm and finesse.
Okay. You can use the take cover action to sort of get behind Horace and
Yeah.
and,
That's fitting. I will hold the glass above his head so he can see, but like...
Yeah. Oh, you're
duck
helping.
down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Okay. The spider, perhaps slightly thrown off by the lightning attack, will finish its descent. And land in front of Horace and attempt to bite him.
Not the day then.
It's going to make a second Fangs attack, but it seems as though this large creature is easily fended off by the bow staff. That's the weapon I would want if I had to fight a giant spider, is something really long that I can poke it.
Agreed.
Doing phenomenal, my dear boy. Keep at it.
Evander, as always, Horace is the unstoppable bulwark that is preventing this foul creature from getting through you and your friends and to the feeble and precious Morgan. What would you like to do?
Clarification. So if I were to spend a focus point, I'm able to recover that focus point by
With 10
spending
minutes,
10
yes.
minutes of time.
Yes.
Okay, so it's not too hard to get the focus back. Okay,
are
I'm
very
going
easy
to
to get
try, since these are clearly trying times and we are beset by a most terrible foe, I'm going to rally the group and I'm going to say, friends, this first adventure is everything I ever wanted it to be. Let's kill this spider. And I'm going to use Inspire Courage.
That doesn't even use a focus point. It's a cantrip.
Inspire Courage is indeed a cantrip, and so it is also free. It's extremely powerful, so you
Okay.
can do this every
I
single
should have done this
time.
more then.
No, it's amazing. I love it. It's so good.
All right.
Yeah.
And then with my 2 remaining actions, correct? Because it's a one action.
Yes, it's a single action cantrip. It's very powerful.
I'm going to, now that I'm feeling all inspired, I'm going to look up at the ceiling above the spider, and with a dramatic strum of my lute, I will haul down a chunk of rock from the ceiling straight onto the spider's head as a telekinetic projectile.
Wonderful. Roll the attack roll.
And is there like an effect that I can add for Inspire Courage?
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
there
not
is.
sure what you've done to your spelled card, but
So I dragged
there
it
is
out of the.
normally-
I searched for it in the compendium and dragged it out of the compendium, and this is what I got.
Very interesting.
I may have done something wrong. I'm going to add a special +1.
Your character sheet, you just click the Inspire Courage spell, like the little icon, and it'll pop the whole thing in chat.
I will figure that out between turns, but here's my attack roll. It is not good.
Uh-oh. Yeah, you unfortunately your debris that you pull on veers off course. It was an awkward shape. The aerodynamics, weren't quite perfect. Maybe it gets caught in some webs.
Happens above the cave is collapsing.
But the good news is it doesn't hit any of your friends because we're not playing
I think even though it missed, I think it looked pretty cool.
It would look very cool, yeah. Horace, the enemy is here.
He is. Alright, sorry lad, you're not as cute as the critters back there, so you're getting
No.
the full bop. Let's go in here, and strangely, the bard's, his shrill voice has suddenly become more inspiring. So let's see if this hits. Oh, nope, not inspiring enough. Try a second bop. Oh, nope. I'm just gonna keep that parry up and stay in front.
Yeah, Horace's defensive form is impeccable, but unfortunately, this is a pretty big thing that's throwing itself against him, and he can't quite wind up a strike.
Oh, I hate
However,
spiders.
He is doing a wonderful job at distracting it. Scrapper, it looks like, is going to attempt to dash behind the creature, flanking. However, the squares that past this point are difficult terrain, so you will need to spend twice as much movement to move through them.
I'll be using the tumble through action.
Okay. So you move once, and then you tumble through. Roll an acrobatics check. Excellent. You successfully slip through the spider's defenses. You have one action remaining, and you're in a flanking position.
As a result of tumbling through, I have a awesome little rogue ability that makes this enemy flat-footed to me.
It's true. Unfortunately, of course, that doesn't stack with flanking because they are both flat-footed, and the same bonus from two sources doesn't apply
Okay.
twice. But it is a very useful ability.
So do I multi-action penalty this?
No, you haven't attacked yet on this turn. So it's a full +8.
Akron
That's
for
good.
Shuri's force.
Unfortunately, that is still a miss. This thing is skittish and quick and difficult to, land a hit on.
Scrapper begins shouting epithets as he slashes wildly through the air, hitting nothing.
All right. Zavoid. Should we just end it?
Well, Zavoid is going to, his beard is a little drained of power right now, so he's going to switch elements a bit. I'm going to produce a flame from my hand and hurl the flame at the spider and hope it doesn't burn the whole spiderweb cavern down.
Ooh, fire! Good choice.
I also hope that it doesn't burn us all down.
Actually, I personally hope it does burn the cavern down, but Zavoid doesn't. Alright, so that's an attack roll. Okay, so that's Fire Courage is on.
Oh, excellent. You hit because of Inspire Courage. You would not have hit without it.
I knew you had it in you.
Every +1 matters.
The green highlighting for chat's benefit here is a module. The modifiers matter module highlights modifiers which make a difference in the result.
Nice.
Great module.
That's
a very cool module.
So 6 fire damage, and I get, the extra +1 damage on that is also because of the Inspire Courage. So thanks for that, Evander.
Inspire Courage is so good. The spider faces another elemental attack from the wizard right at the back, safely ensconced behind his allies. You have a third action?
I do. So for my third action, I'm going to dip into my focus spells and my focus points, and I'm going to cast Force Bolt.
My goodness.
Which is a 1-action spell. It's kind of like a single magic missile. It just automatically hits and deals 1d4 +1 damage. So I will roll that damage. Another 1 on the dice. So.
Oh wow! I never considered would Inspire Courage apply to the. That's pretty good.
Yep. And that's all 3 actions.
All right, that was a very good turn. Zavoid has sufficiently softened this thing up. Morgan, your rapier is in your hand, and Horace seems to be a very good protector.
Now, Morgan was, in fact, trained in, noble circle. He's never actually had to fight, but, he at least can hold it appropriately.
Absolutely.
Hopefully with Caelin's guidance, he can, in fact, also damage something.
Uh-oh. Unfortunately, that's a miss. You do have a third action if you'd like to try again.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and try again. Man,
Morgan,
great.
He knows some flashy sword work, and the spider is cheating. He's not following the rules of fencing, and it's extremely unfair.
I feel like in Morgan's mind, every blow is like completely deadly.
Yeah.
I want to foul these houses.
If he'd been following the rules, because in fencing you have to go in a straight line. You can't go off to the side, and so it's not fair. He's cheating.
Also, Morgan's parents paid the tutors to lose to him.
Come on, Morgan, just pretend it's a dartboard at the pub. You can do this.
The spider is going to capitalize on the fact that none of you can hit it, and it's going to go for the juiciest and smallest and tastiest one here. And immediately it will try and bite Scrapper.
Ha!
We'll try again. We'll try again. All right. Scrapper, darts to one side after the first lunge, and then when it twists and jumps at him again, he does like a backflip or something. It's like so slow compared to the knife fights he's used to.
You can't get me, buddy. You can't get me. You can't get me.
He's dealt with boarding parties on a ship in stormy waters, and this guy's, he's too slow. The spider is still going to use its third action, but it's not going to attack with it. It's going to scuttle around Scrapper to try and get behind him, repositioning itself. This doesn't give it any benefit immediately, but it does put it further away from the people that have been dealing damage.
Are there attacks of opportunity in Pathfinder?
There are, but it's a class feature, and I think only fighters have it at first level. But if any of you have anything like that, then let me know.
It's running away! Coward!
Now, there are some of my allies between myself and the spider, but if I were to try and attack it telekinetically again, would I have a penalty to that, or am I able to hurl something at it unpenalized?
The amount of cover that is granted by a creature that's standing in the way is only 1, so it's not a devastating amount, but you could move around to get a more clear line of sight on it, a more clear view. Telekinetic projectile, while the projectile comes from somewhere else, you still need to be able to see the person.
Well, I need to make up a +1 one way or another, so instead of moving to get a better angle, I think it's better to just Inspire Courage, since that benefits everybody.
It really does. It's such a good spell.
So I will repeat my prior performance.
But you have the description this time.
Yes, I told you I'd fix it between turns. And I will rally everyone by saying, "We've got it on the run, let's finish this." and I will then once again try a telekinetic projectile attack. Now, for the -1, do I need to do anything or no?
No, I'll mentally
Okay.
account for it.
Come
Technically,
on.
it's a bonus to his AC, so...
20.
Oh, wonderful. That is a hit. Roll your damage.
I will crush this foe with this boulder.
Oh,
my
nice.
goodness. Damn, 10 damage as well. Wow.
Good.
Yeah, the first one, you missed, but you did in the process free up a second larger piece of rubble. And as it began to sort of slip free, you saw the opportunity and you took it. And with a flick of your wrist, it is redirected straight at your enemy. And just as it's poised to pounce on Scrapper again, it's crushed. There's a squelching
We need to get
sound.
out of here.
The exoskeleton caves in a little bit, and the legs keep twitching.
Oh my gosh! I think I did it!
Scrapper jumps back as the rubble comes down. Watch where you're throwing shit by!
Sorry, Scrapper. I got a little carried away there.
I'm gonna look with surprise at the little wispy human threw anything that big.
I've never used that to try and hurt someone before, but I figured a spider, it's just...
How else would you use that?
Well, I've not really done that before, that's what I'm saying. That's another to go in my journal of firsts. I sustained a wound, and I crushed something with a rock. Today has been awesome.
Entry.
In the sort of ensuing defeat of the spider, I just want to do a quick detect magic pulse in the area.
Dead.
Interesting. So, of course, detect magic tells you if there is magic within 30 feet. The answer is yes.
Well, there's something magical here, just not sure exactly where.
Magic, you say? Boys, fan out!
Maybe the real magic were the friends we made along the way.
I think it's Sparky's beard.
It might be Sparky's beard as well.
He
I'm gonna do
can
a
filter
perception
out
check.
effects that he's aware of, so he would not
Beard.
detect his own beard.
Did he filter out the friends we made along the way?
Yeah, did you?
I
Anyone
did not
who
filter
is
that out, unfortunately, so that could be the
helping-
false ping.
anyone who is helping to look, you can roll me a perception check. Search is a blind check.
I'm gonna use a focus point and ask Nethys for some help with this since magic's involved. Should have fortune on that.
I would like to help search, and I also am able to use the detect magic cantrip. Is that able to give me any assistance in this
at your
particular-
current level, detect magic is a binary yes or no. So you could, in theory, use it by walking in a circle and
Well, what I was
working
kind
out-
of thinking is maybe to go to this side of the cave.
Yeah,
where
you can do some
I would sort of get is it in this area, hot or cold kind of thing.
How many statistics classes do they make you take when you get an econ PhD?
A large number.
Evander, he turns to a page in his book that breaks down the optimal way to use detect magic and starts
You have to
drawing lines
canvas
in
the
ground.
area.
Yes, he does that thing archaeologists do where they get pins and they draw a grid
yep.
with string out so that you can say sector names. In the meantime,
We're surveying the environment.
Morgan is looking around and sipping his drink a little bit, being very helpful.
I took a art class back in private college.
How do you think Horace detects magic? Do you think he can smell it? Do you think he has a nose for this stuff?
Oh, of course, yeah. No, it smells like old burnt copper.
Yeah, this is a common fantasy trope, right? Of champions can smell evil, but of course you can just smell magic because you rolled really high on your perception check. So Evander and Horace both are able to narrow down that there are, among the webbing up on the wall hanging, there are lots of bundles of gristly remains of animals and other prey. And among them, Evander is quite sure one of them, he stands 31 feet away, nothing happens. He stands 29 feet away, he finds magic. He points it out to you. And Horace, with some help from your friends, you knock it down with your bow staff, and the bundle falls to the ground. There is a loot sheet on the map, and if you open it up, you can see the contents. This bundle, when you cut away the webbing, appears to be the sort of desiccated remains of some kind of reptilian creature, which for no particular reason I will describe as being the same height as Rapper. Yeah, you can see he's got a nice sword and a very fancy looking potion, which have both resisted the damages of time better than the rest of his equipment.
Ah, the juice of Nethys, praise be.
Treasure gained through adventuring. Is there anything as exciting as this in the world?
Yes.
Yeah.
Tasty fish.
Well, I mean, it's a figure of speech, but this is pretty exciting.
Is it a Morlock?
Is it a skeet?
Could be both.
At the risk of sounding rather indelicate, Scrapper, it somewhat looks a bit like you.
Feckin' skeet spy. You can't do nothing without him. Everywhere.
I'm glad to know that you can't do nutting without skeets.
See, you're getting it.
Okay.
I'll tell Evander, like, hey boy, you should probably take this potion next time you get bit.
The potion in question has some lovely artwork. It is a healing potion, and it looks like a healing potion. The sword does not seem to be especially magical to those of you that can sense such things, but it is very finely made. It has an emerald in the pommel, and you're sure it would be worth a good amount of money, as well as being a perfectly serviceable weapon.
I don't need it myself. Someone else wants to use it. I think Scrapper or me could use it pretty effectively. Who else can do martial stuff?
Scrapper appears to be more focused on the nearby hallway.
I've read about this in Chapter 5 of my pocket guide. Often dividing treasure after one finishes an encounter is one of the most difficult conversations you have to have with your allies. It requires honesty and forthrightness with each other.
I'm taking the sword if it'll get him to stop.
I think that's good. Good assertion. I like your confidence. You're going to use that item to great effect to benefit the group. I know it.
Before we press on, I just need a moment to sort of refresh myself. I get like my little spell book out. I just need to sit here for 1 minute, just refocus my energies a bit.
Yeah, I'll take the 10-minute time.
And
Is anyone taking the healing potion? Ah, I see it's gone. Wonderful. Okay.
Well, no one else was making any moves.
You'll need it.
Anyone who wishes to can refocus, but that means that Scrapper needs to not run ahead because we're stopping. And I was going to say that if anyone wants a 5-minute break, this seems like a decent enough moment, because I believe we're about 2 hours and sort of half, 2.5 in.
Yep.
Yeah, it's good. We can take
Scrapper, my friend, let's take a breather.
We can take a quick breather. We're not done. We're not going anywhere. We're going to continue on with our epic adventure, but we will take between 3 and 5 minutes, and then we will be back with the continuation of Menace under Otari. Woo! All right. All right, we are back. Thank you all for sticking with us while we are on break. And we are going to be getting right back into our adventure. And so that we get our full money's worth out of the awesome character intro cards, which Matt has made for us, I'm going to play them again. So get reintroduced to our characters.
On the rise, and glory to
Awesome. And we are back. Thank you all again for sticking with us. I will hand it back over to Viviane, our intrepid game master, who has thus far been trying but unsuccessful in killing us all. So,
oh, you think I'm trying? That's very interesting.
Uh-oh. I am now filled with unease and fear.
Now look what you've done.
So a fun feature of the PF2E system is that I can apply the elite tag to any creature with a single click. It's a fun one.
That is a wonderful feature.
Our friends have...
Maybe they'll understand common if they're elites.
Maybe. Our friends have taken 10 minutes. Mostly to refocus, I believe. I don't think anyone's actually hurt, so there's not need to treat any wounds. Scrapper is, as always, running faster than the speed of GM narration.
Man, he is in a hurry, that little guy.
But if we slow down for a moment, don't make me press the pause button. You reach an intersection. Scrapper sort of darts ahead to peek around the next corner, and the tunnel on the right is barricaded up with sort of bits of wood and barrels and furniture that have been piled up and hastily cobbled together to block off whatever is up there. The mostly natural cavern is sort of sloping downwards, but it seems to be pretty level. It's not too hard to find your footing as you're walking down here. And you can't see past the barricade on your right, but presumably there is something there.
This barricade looks constructed.
Give the barricade a gentle tap with my staff. Pretty sturdy, I assume.
Yeah. It is sturdy, but it is not so sturdy that one could not dismantle it if they chose to.
Man, Tamale did not say anything about these cavernous tunnels down here. Do you think she
was
did?
one of those...
with Morlocks.
Yes, Morlocks.
It is our job as adventurers to expand upon the details of the sketch of the adventure, right?
Well, I think so. Going above and beyond the specified brief is surely how you find both glory and treasures untold.
You hear it all the time. 1 minute you're fighting rats, the next minute you're fighting undead gods. You know, it's an adventuring way.
You sound like my uncle.
Well, Scrapper, lead on. See anything?
Nothing down this way. We want to look at that barricade or what?
I could smash it if you want. Make a hell of a racket.
We're sure there's nothing down this other passage?
Don't know yet.
I don't believe a good Tammy would appreciate destruction for property in the basement.
That's not her property, by.
Basement.
That was built by Skeet, mark my words.
Unless we just killed Tamale's pet, in which case...
Nah, by she's
be righteous, angry at us.
You think
she's
she's a
fierce,
secretly
scared of
evil
spiders.
Spider worshipper?
Nah, by she's proper
she's
scared of
missing
spiders.
one leg.
Proper
so it makes
scared.
her worship something with 8.
Oh my.
Just take a peek up ahead. Stay ahead of the squishier ones.
Oh, thank you, Morgan.
Right.
I was having trouble seeing down that passageway.
Seems clear, lads. Let's check on up this way.
Right narrow?
All right,
Yeah.
you'll begin to file up. And those of you who can see in the dark can see a lot further. And this narrow cavern winds down to the south, but it does eventually seem to break through another stone wall into what might be another basement. You can also see the forms, the silhouettes of a small group of scrapper-sized creatures that are moving about the room. They are operating in complete darkness, whatever it is that they're doing. But they
Lean
seem
back and tell the
completely
others to
distracted.
That's like Morlocks.
Those of you who are further ahead, further to the front, can actually hear them, chattering to each other in a language that. Let me check. What have you got? I think Scrapper would know.
You understand them, Scrapper?
It's fucking skeet spy.
Yeah, Scrapper understands, but when he explains what they're saying, it's incomprehensible to you.
Scrapper, are these friends of yours?
No, bye.
Did you hear them? They're the Skeets.
It's B, right?
In addition, Horace and Scrapper, there's a sort of side room on your left to the east, but it's on a ledge. You'd have to climb up to get up onto that platform.
Could I lift Scrapper up in a way that he could get up there?
You could. You could also throw him. That might be funnier. But yes.
I wouldn't do that to my little friend. You want a lift? Check out the door.
What, that one?
Yeah.
Perhaps we should be keeping our voices down, lest we...
Oh, right. Yeah.
What's that, Morgan? Well, sorry. What's that, Evander? I couldn't quite hear you. You're being awful quiet.
Oh,
I'm trying to whisper, but for the purposes of Discord.
Never you mind, Morgan. I think everything knows we're here now anyways.
Let's dart in there. Scrapper will take a quick bound, rebound off the wall, and then land on the ledge.
All right. Scrapper is attempting to wall jump. Please roll me a climb check, which is athletics.
Can I use acrobatics instead?
You cannot climb with acrobatics, no. Acrobatics is things like your balance and your flexibility, but climbing is a test of strength.
I would argue that I am jumping, not climbing.
Jumping is still athletics because it's still a test of strength.
If you say so.
I say so, and the rules of the system say so.
When I first changed systems to 2E, I made that mistake a lot.
Well, in most systems, that is how it works. In real life, I think a lot of the justification people use is like, well, gymnasts are good at jumping, but gymnasts haven't got 8 strength. They have like 18
They're
strength.
strong. Yeah.
Yeah. All athletes are extremely muscular. Regardless, Scrapper effortlessly scales the cliffside and gets up there.
Need my help.
I'm
going to stand guard and make sure no one, I'll just keep an eye on the kobolds.
Yeah, so this is an interesting situation because you are talking to each other and making a little bit of noise, and you have a light source, and yet they're so dumb. They're like a bit smarter than you, so they're so dumb that they haven't noticed you're there yet.
Good. Yeah, in game I'd be whispering as much as I can, but then my mic stops.
What's up there, Scrapper?
Looks like
What does it look
I don't
like?
know, some kind of rocky, I don't know, by temple, sure.
The room that you see into is pretty ruined looking. Any surface, even the stones on the ground, seems to be covered in rot and mold, like little fluffy fungus that's put root in the wet rocks. And the air smells humid, but also you can taste salt on your tongue. The film of sort of, you know sea foam, like the scummy stuff that you get on beaches. There's little sort of bits of that around as well. It looks pretty nasty in here. However, there is an altar in the center of the room, and upon the altar, a bowl containing crystal clear water sits.
There's a giant squid up here.
And behind the altar...
rope us?
My friends, I believe we have found the spirits in this cave.
Hey, Morgan, you want to give me a hand, haul me up there?
I'll haul them up. You want me to do a check?
You can roll an aid, so that would be the relevant check. You could roll athletics yourself, and if you succeed, you will give Evander a +1. If you crit, you give him +4.
What if I
You
critically
give him
fail?
-1. So you offer your hand, but your grip is all slippery.
Morgan,
what have you
your
been eating?
hand is so clammy. What have you been doing?
Well,
Just
I've
been
been
eating peanut butter out of the jar or something.
yeah, I have these bar snacks, and and they're like really crystallized and like kind of wet peanuts.
Ugh, my hand just slips away.
Yeah.
That was no help at all, man.
Yeah, you're starting on the
going
ground, so you're not at risk of falling. But you are just like sort of like there's no friction when you try and take his hand.
Rocks are a little wet.
Just remember, Evander, the real adventure is you.
There we go.
Scrapper is going to sniff the water in the bowl.
Mm.
You were saying there was something behind the altar, I think.
Yeah, there's a cool statue of a friend, another 8-armed friend.
See, deepens. Dungeons full of 8-armed things.
Go back and have a look at it. Poke it with my stick from a distance.
Does the liquid smell drinkable?
Yeah, it smells like water. You've definitely got like a salty taste in the air, but it's hard to tell, what's the water and what's the moldy room you're in.
Cora, could I recall knowledge about this place?
Of course you can. You may consult your knowledge of religion in a blind check to me, please.
I won't bother Nethys for this one.
Yeah.
Let's see how it goes.
Recall knowledge is a very good action. Yeah, so obviously this is some kind of octopus god. You don't know which one because you didn't study the gods of the sea, right? You studied the gods of magic.
Ah, yeah. Makes sense. This is some ocean god, lad. I'd be careful. You might drown. Don't ask me how.
Maybe
Gods are
it'll
weird.
turn you into an octopus if you drink it. Or maybe it's just tasty water.
All that said, I'll give you a silver if you drink it.
Sold! Scrapper scoops a mouthful straight out of the bowl into his face.
All right.
I'm losing 1 silver. That's all
Scrapper,
I have.
I need you to roll me a fortitude save.
Hey,
Pay
Zav,
attention
you
for
want me to
anything
give you a
magical.
boost up there?
Scrapper, you, without hesitation, drink the water. You regain 1d8 hit points, but I don't think you were missing any. And you feel, after imbibing this extremely tasty and fresh water, you feel a sudden rush of power, a surge of power, perhaps. And the smell of salt is thick in your nose, and you can hear a roaring in the back of your mind that suddenly makes you think of the tides, and then you realize it's your heartbeat and the blood rushing in and out like the tides. And very quickly, this feeling passes, but you are left with a lingering sensation that in the next hour, you would be able to fortify yourself against harm by calling upon the ocean's might. If you were hit by a critical hit, you could use a reaction to turn it into a normal hit instead.
I'm gonna lean down and say, well, lad, good water or bad water?
Tastiest thing I ever drank, buddy. Let's fucking go. Let's get these skeets. Let's go. Let's go.
All right, magic water, lads. I'm gonna take a drink.
It's called alcohol.
Do we just hear that? We're being quiet out in the hallway. We just hear like magic water and excited voices carrying down this like quiet cavern, or what?
I guess there's is
Yeah.
there still water?
I think this is there's definitely still water if you'd like to try some too.
He said it was good magic water.
You're gonna try some as well? Same saving
course.
throw.
Ah, yes.
Zav, it doesn't sound like they're in trouble, but
This is funny.
Horace, you imbibe seawater and do your very, very best to swallow because you've been told it's good. But you feel like you might throw up. It's not good. It's not good. You're healed for 1d8 hit points, but you feel outright nauseous.
Nethys works in strange ways.
Scrapper, meanwhile, darts from the room and jumps Zavoid's head to land in the tunnel.
Horace, you have a -1 status penalty to
Someone's at the front
all
door.
d20 rolls and your armor class and your spell DC for 1 hour.
Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, those are the things that you need usually, which is
Dwarves
unfortunate.
should not drink water.
As you
They should drink ale.
as you put the bowl back on the altar, behind you, you hear the sound of Scrapper jumping over someone, and the sort of the scuffling and excited noises. In the cavern, in the room to the south, one of the kobolds finally notices that there's
he's
just this
going down.
blazing light source up the tunnel, and the excited chittering increases in volume, and one by one they turn to face you. And that will be initiative.
I believe we have an audience, gentlemen.
I think I'm going to be sick.
It's okay. You get used to it.
Horace,
Drink
you
up,
do
my
not look
friend.
so well. Are you feeling poorly?
Something I drank. There's magic water back in there, but be careful. Seems a bit of a coin flip.
You're literally speaking my language, friend.
Very good. Very fun.
It sounds
Evander-
like there's a lot of them in there. Scrapper, or as he's just charging off down the tunnel.
Evander, who has been, the most cautious of the group, is also thus the most prepared when inevitably they finally notice that you are here.
Feckin' skeets!
Perhaps you can perform for them, Evander, and they can become your first followers, your groupies.
That's actually a pretty good idea. I'm just looking at my abilities and seeing what they do.
Evander, play my favorite song, Wall of Wonder.
I think I would like to delay my entire turn until after the kobold warrior goes, in order to sort of see what their reaction to our presence is, because I'm not
Their
sure
reaction
if they're
is prompt, and as the sound of draconic chittering fills the air, a kobold who looks very similar to Scrapper in both size but also temperament sprints at the aforementioned with a spear in hand. Scrapper, he is yelling at you. He says that you are a traitor. You are an egg traitor. So, make of that what you will. I don't know if you have actually betrayed anyone's eggs in your life or not. Nonetheless, these guys are very easy once more for you to avoid the attacks of, and the probing spear is easily deflected. There's a void. So, Evander, if you would like to take your...
Yeah, so I would see you can move me in initiative. Yeah, thank you. I would see this creature come up and start to stab at Scrapper, and I would say, "Oh my gosh, Scrapper, I'm sorry, I hesitated, I didn't mean to." And I will try and hurl a jagged shard of debris at this creature. But I will first, I guess, there's not a whole lot of variety in level 1 gameplay. You kind of do the things that you have to do each turn, I guess. I will, at the risk of becoming boring, inspire courage and telekinetic projectile.
As someone benefiting from Inspire Courage, we will never find it boring.
Well, perhaps not, but...
Play Wall of Wonder.
I do have other things that I can do at some point. Maybe. That's a 20 to hit.
Ooh, that is a hit.
I will drive back this skeet, as they are now known to me to be called, with a 10 points of piercing damage.
Piercing, interesting. Yeah, so you rip a stalactite off the roof and you impale this poor kobold with it.
Oh my god, that was so violent. I'm sorry.
Give her!
Zavoid, what would you like to do?
So, first action, in order to get a little closer, Zavoid will be striding. So I'll stride my 20 feet, which includes the 2 diagonals, kind of narratively... I mean, Scrapper's definitely running ahead of me, but, like, since I rolled higher in initiative, I'm passing him on the board. And then from there, I tap into my beard, because I too do one thing very well, which is shock things. And I will electric arc the front 2 kobolds. That will be a basic reflex save for the kobold.
Yeah, Scrapper, you hear their cries of warning as the glowy dwarf, as they call him, begins to channel his evil magics, and both of them take the full 8 damage and are killed on the spot, or
Wow.
non murderously incapacitated, I suppose, but I think they are dead. We'll find out, I suppose.
Nobody else can see the disappointment on my face that these are kobolds and not Morlocks. Because I'm in front of everyone. That's
what's
the
funny
end.
is
Morlocks.
Disguise.
Yeah.
Illusions.
Well,
It's funny as well because they're blue, but if they're not powerful enough to have their elemental resistance, otherwise they would have survived. Scrapper, you can hear flashing of lights and kobold screams. The fight is ending without you. What do you do?
Scrapper launches himself forward, slides under Zavoid's legs, and into position. Promptly stabs this one in the front.
Mm-hmm.
Nah. Roll above a 5.
Not gonna happen. Realizes he is not quite quick enough, and then is going to tumble through to the other side of that one there.
Do you have enough? I can't remember where you started your turn.
I took 25 feet of movement to
Okay.
get where I am right now.
Wonderful. All right. You can tumble, but you could also just move around them. There's no necessarily need to tumble.
The benefit of tumbling through is the rogue feat that lets me treat them as flat-footed. So
Right, but you've already attacked, so this is your third action, so you wouldn't benefit from that.
well, in that case, he's just going to move to here.
Yeah.
He does
Yeah,
have a flair for the dramatic, that little guy.
You move into a sort of a flanking position. This guy just saw the lightning wizard obliterate his 2 friends, so of course, rather than dealing with the most imminent threat, he instead decides to pick on the small guy, and he says, "You hold him, you stab him, I'll hold his arms," and he runs around behind Scrapper, and they're ready to lay down the beat down on you, although they are terrible at it. Despite his excitability. He is going to attempt to grapple you, but he is untrained in athletics. So it'll be a 15. And the grab action is against Fortitude DC, I believe. Let me check real quick. Unless anyone knows off the top of their head.
I always get
It's
them
my
mixed up.
job
I
to
think
know.
it's
Fortitude.
Fortitude.
I always get the maneuvers mixed up. So against your Fortitude DC, which is 15, he actually succeeds. So you are grabbed with one of his hands, and he's gonna try and like get you in the neck with his spear with the other hand. And that's his final action. Grabs are attacks, so he has map, which means that he has no chance of hitting. But his friend now has a grabbed target to take advantage of. And hoping that he will be able to... Nope, he keeps trying. He's like, I've got to make my friend proud, and he just continues crit failing 3 times in a row, thus failing to prove that low-level combat can be dynamic and interesting. Nonetheless, Scrapper is still grappled. Morgan, you can see like one of them's got Scrapper's arms, pulled behind his back, and Scrapper's just like ducking and like kicking, and he's just not a single hit is landing. This guy is like a ball of claws and teeth right now. What would
I
you like
once
to do?
went on an expedition, and there were these eels, and Scrapper looks like a bunch of them right now.
Yeah.
So let's see. This is a movement-based system. I can
How high up
move...
are we on the cliff?
It is a 10-foot. I think.
Oh God!
Another
God.
10-foot drop.
He's having flashbacks to an hour ago.
The bare minimum, right? Yeah, 10 feet. the exact number that you need.
The bane of low-level heroes.
So
Just jump
Slight
that, the
changes
crowd
in
will catch ya.
elevation.
I will jump down.
Okay. Would
Gotta
you
hear
like to
all-
catch an edge?
No,
Direct your
I've
pull.
grown as a character. I think I'm going to just try to land it.
Okay.
I've been down this path. It's a bad idea.
You choose
He's
not to
loading.
grab the edge and land heavily. You take 5 points of damage because you fell 10 feet, and you land prone. But your dignity is intact because you feel like you weren't a coward,
Did you
And-
swallow your drink?
No.
Did
of
I?
course not.
Yeah, no, just I'm okay.
Very
Ah,
good,
yeah.
lad. Good
You
job.
hear him twist his ankle, and he just keeps going. Like,
So I assume it's another action to get back up.
it will be an action to stand up, but you did establish dominance over the cliff.
I have defeated this cliff. Yes. Really, we can end combat here. With my final action of the turn, I will limp down to get a better see of what's going on, and then stand behind Zavoid.
Yeah, Zavoid's got you covered.
Well, you've already established you're like one of the tallest in the party, so you're kind of towering over
Well,
me.
that's
more
why
than
he should be
anything.
behind them, because then he can see, but his body is protected.
Yep. Dwarven shield.
All right, Horace.
All right, well, I'm half made of metal and the ground is moving, so I'm just going to try to carefully climb down.
All right, roll me an athletics check.
I'd be happy to.
This cliff is more scalable
Ugh.
than the previous one, and so even without the assistance of rope, you manage to get yourself down. It just takes a whole action, but you're at the bottom and you have 2 left.
All right, now I can see what's going on up there. Looks like there's a fight. I'm going to wobble my way to the front. So we'll do a couple strides. 15, 20, 5. And then when I'm in here, 15. We'll get over there, so I'm within reach of both of them. And that's all I can do.
Okay.
Hey, come on, lads, back off, back off. We don't have to do this.
Yeah, they.
Let me go, I'll have ya!
They seem like they have now decided that if they can bruise Scrapper, they've got victory. Evander.
I'm just trying to stick the stick in between them, but I actions to do anything.
Well, I don't think there's a 25-foot move that I can do that gets me into the room.
You can end your move action in Zavoid Square if you immediately move out of it, so you can go 25 to
I don't want to spend 2 move actions, though, I don't think.
Okay.
So I think I will just go 15 feet to here, which does at least let me see one of them.
You can see the back of the kobold that is currently trying to stab the Scrapper.
Well, I'd love to do something other than my usual, but I don't think the circumstances make sense for it at the moment. So I'm going to inspire the party to ever greater deeds of courage. Oh, I think I double dipped. Let's get rid of one of these. And then I will try and get this kobold off of Scrapper by artfully culling him away with a flung piece of debris.
So, because you moved, you only have one action.
Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I did move. I think I'll have to take back the Inspire Courage at this point. Sorry, friends. If you will allow.
How dare you?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I do need the 2 actions in order to try and save Scrapper. We'll see if I'm successful with an 18.
18. That hits even with, cover +1 from Horace. You hit.
All right. 6 points of it's bludgeoning in this case.
You hit him with a loose piece of rubble in the back of the head, and he yelps, and you can see, he teeters a little bit, like he was about to fall over, and then he turns around and he starts screeching in very Scrapper-like mannerisms about someone, getting up behind him and clobbering him. But he can't see anyone there, and he seems to think it might be a ghost. He's pretty scared at this point because the lightning wizard is up next. What do you do, Zavoid?
So I watch as one kobold is like holding Scrapper like by the spear around the neck, right, and the other one's trying to stab him. So I'm gonna do something a little different.
Give her lightning by.
Instead I'm going to pay back the grapple type condition, and I'm going to actually cast on the one that's not grappling him, the one that's doing the stabbing. So this one here, I'm gonna cast Tanglefoot and try to immobilize it. So this is an attack action. I can't tell if Horace is between me and it or not. But
yeah,
we'll
I think
see.
he'd have +1 to his AC just from the awkward angle of the wall and stuff. But...
Yep.
I'm kind of a wall.
So
unfortunately, it misses.
okay.
You lob a ball of sticky vines, and it hits the wall behind him and starts wrapping around the metal grating. This room, I should mention, it's pretty interesting. It's got this sort of storeroom full of crates and boxes that's behind a metal bars with a closed door, and it's in a similar state of disrepair to the rest of the dungeon.
Whew, Zavoid, that looked nasty.
Yeah, I should stick to charging things. And my third action, I guess I'll just draw the clan dagger on my belt.
All right, Scrapper, how you getting out of this one, buddy? So you can break out of the grabbed action grabbed condition, by using the escape action. To escape, you can roll acrobatics, athletics, or an unarmed attack. Your choice of the 3.
So I'm curious if I use escape with acrobatics, if I can flip over the one grappling from behind.
Yeah, that would be like the martial arts move, right? Is if you would go back over so far that he has to drop you.
Yeah, I want to basically roll over him, so I will use acrobatics to escape.
Okay.
I think if you get a critical success, you do get to move a little bit with him.
The escape action does have the attack trait, but that just means that your next attack will have multiple attack penalty. Unfortunately, wait, hang on, no. Oh no, okay, he hasn't got negative strength. Yeah, so your acrobatic attempts are sort of limited by the constrained movement that you're currently being subjected to. And so although you can feel his grip weakening, you don't quite manage to fully slip free yet.
Okay, so in that case, if he's grappling me, presumably, because I have a drawn knife, I can just stab backwards.
Yes, yeah.
So I'm going to do 2 of those.
Absolutely. So you have 1 increment of multiple attack penalty currently. So you can roll at -4 and then at -8 for your second attack.
I'm curious, why would I have... Oh, because I tried to escape first?
Escape is an attack action. It has it's not the strike action, but it has the attack trait.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
We gotta buy you new dice.
I'm glad it carried over. Yeah, unfortunately, you're sort of flailing, and he's trying to, dodge out of the way, and he does manage to avoid being stabbed, but he does seem to be getting the sensation that his time is limited now.
Get him, Scrapper!
I mean,
Get the skeet!
The skeet that is holding you desperately calls out to his friend and says, "Get him! Get him!" He will use an action to renew his grapple on you, and he's throwing himself at the mercy of his friend, and he will make another spear attack against you. 15, I think that is a hit.
Yep, that's a bear hit.
And
I'll go ahead and use this. Be like, come on, lad, you don't have to do this. You'll get out of this alive.
He does hesitate. He's pretty scared, and the damage does not go through. He seems to think that maybe it's better if his friend is the one that kills Scrapper. So instead, he's going to use his third now action to try and trip him, but it's going to be real bad. It's going to be real rough. He has map and stuff. Yeah, no, terrible. In fact, on a crit fail on a trip action, you fall prone yourself. So he falls over. Like, he slips trying to trip Scrapper up, and he falls over. The other one, seeing this, makes the wise choice and runs here, uses an action to open the door, and then moves in. He has no third action to close the door with, though. Morgan, what do you do?
I don't have a good view of the situation, so I'm gonna hobble.
You don't.
Is Scrapper still being grabbed?
The guy by him fell prone to the ground, correct?
Yeah, he's lying on the ground, still holding Scrapper, and Scrapper's like being pulled back as well. It's a brawl. It's a kobold.
Now they've been saying things. Are they saying things in common or just kobold?
They're speaking Draconic, which is Scrapper like slang, Newfoundland, terrible crime kid language.
All right, so I'm going to use 2 actions to walk over, hobble over, and look down at the kobold and brandish my rapier and be like, "Surrender, good sir."
I think Morgan's still prone.
Oh yeah, you did stand up. You wouldn't be prone anymore. So are you using Bungmo, or are you just sort of generally intimidating?
I don't see any reason not to use Bullhorn, so my voice is extra loud, right at his face as he's prone.
Okay, so are you rolling your diplomacy check to try and
yes,
insult him, calling him an idiot? Oh my goodness! Yeah,
Mr. Wavy's pokey stick.
That is indeed a success. and so he is disheartened. He does speak common, and he knows the sick burn you have laid down.
I believe that's all my actions.
It is. So, Horace, what's up?
All right, so one's still tussling with him, and the other one decided to flee. Probably a good idea for him. So let's we'll give this guy a little polite bump. None of us are really badly hurt yet, so I'm not feeling too violent.
Yeah, you've taken more damage from falling than from enemies so far in this dungeon.
And I'm still feeling a little sick, so you know. So I added a -2 to bop him in a non-lethal manner, which might still bop.
It does.
Excellent.
Pretty good.
Still tussling?
Yeah, he's reeling. He's almost tapped out.
Hold still, Scrapper. I'm gonna hit you if you don't stop moving around so much.
Let's try one more. See if I'm lucky. No, I'm not. Okay. No one's really hurt. Third action. I'll move up here, take a step, just to be within reach of both of them in case that kobold changes his mind.
All right, Evander.
Having seen my light source head into the room, and it's now very dark in here, I'm going to go charging past Zavoid and get into the fray. Oh, hello, that's where Horace is. Would I have had the opportunity to
Of course,
redirect
yeah,
from this
yeah, of
point,
course.
my final 5 feet of movement? I would... Okay, so one of them is heading out the door, and one of them is getting...
Bullied is the technical
sort of bullied,
term.
yeah, bullied in the corner. Well, the one that's headed for the exit, I think, is the one that I will go after. So I'll use my 5 feet to go here. That was sort of part of my original move. And I will inspire courage for the party and say that surely we can subdue them and find out what they know. So I will do that. And having done that, I do have my rapier available. I'm going to try and non-lethally bonk this guy to
so non-lethal attacks just have a -2.
subdue him. So I will make a strike with a -2 modifier. We'll see if I'm successful. It's a 16.
Very good. That is sufficient. You hit.
Sorry about the lack of targeting.
I noticed chat were teasing you about it.
Yeah. So non-lethally. Oh, it's 6 points
My goodness.
of puny damage.
You non-lethally knock out this poor kobold.
I will turn towards the party with a triumphant look on my face and say, "I've subdued the one that was escaping."
Great work, Evander.
So for Zavoid, I don't really know how to turn down the amperage on my electricity too much. So luckily I drew my clan dagger last turn. So hearing the plan and falling in line, I will spend
Shock this arsehole!
2 actions to stride to here. And then flip the dagger around to the back to the blunt side and try to do a non-lethal bludgeoning bonk to the head on this last kobold.
Like when I watched Kobold Wrestling back in Absalom.
Oh, that +1.
From behind with the steel chair.
But I didn't add the -2, so that would make it a 12 to
that
be
would make it.
unlethal.
I think that would make it a miss.
I think so. I'm not good at this.
Yeah,
You do
Zavoid
have
runs
inspire
in,
courage, but
and he's prepared for the lethal.
That is
As
true.
always, prepared for the lethal, and having to adjust his attack at the last moment. He's not used to it, you know.
Yeah, I didn't add the Inspire Courage, so technically it's like a 15 down to 13. 13.
Yeah, it's still it
nothing.
wouldn't be enough, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, that's my turn.
Yeah, Scrapper. The guy is fallen on the ground behind you. He's still sort of holding onto you, but prime stabbing situation, if you ask me.
He indeed is going to just 3 times in a row knife at this kobold.
3 2s.
And I'm not even asking if it's lethal or non-lethal. There's no reason to ask. All right, crit fail. Oh my god.
Yeah, subdue the other one so we can ask him questions.
Would you like to draw your crit deck card as well? To do it, you press the thumbs up button in the damage card. What did you get? Oh,
Evander, you got one alive.
Stab him in the elbow, and he drops an item. He drops his spear. He's also obliterated, so it doesn't really matter. I mean, roll damage, but he is obliterated. Yeah, there you go. And because they're all dead, I'm gonna turn off the kobold noise. You can't hear them anymore. They're gone.
They're not all dead.
Well, one of them is snoring, but I don't have a snort sound effect.
Wow.
Oh.
What is this low quality
Death
production?
is a form of
Jeez.
discussion.
I thought I wasn't part of a professional production.
Or please make your best kobold snoring noise for murder.
Yeah, agreed.
See, if I had my dog, I would hold him up, but he's not here at the moment.
Mechanically,
one
Zavoid's
of
going to
them's
do the same
alive.
thing he does after every fight and just detect magic on the scene of the crime.
Yeah, you can sense some magic in 30 feet of here.
Scrapper spits on the one he just dismembered.
Yeah, you fucked that guy up.
Scrapper,
grappled
maybe you can
anymore.
ask that one questions about what they're doing down here.
I'll bring the
Buddy, if you can get an answer out of him, you're welcome to it.
Well, gentlemen, another successful adventure. Those cliffs sure are dangerous, though. Perhaps we should be the cliff scalers or the skeet shooters. Xander, you sure did put a hole in that one. That innocent poor soul who you attacked first.
And Corey, I'll not tightly. I'll gently tie up the wounded kobold before any type of healing or anything.
All right. I think I saw Nath's mouse go over the door, so I'm just gonna assume Scrapper tried the door.
Yeah, he pulls on it and realizes it's locked.
It's sort of it's been locked, and from the looks of the lock, the kobolds have been trying to open it unsuccessfully.
It appears Tammy has more wares.
I'm not sure it is hers, but
Which one of you all speak kobold?
these look pretty old.
Some sort of adjoining basement. Does
It is
the
a basement.
collapsed rubble suggest any sort of way up, or is there any...
So this room's interesting because it doesn't seem to be connected to anything. So I have to assume that that rubble is covering like a staircase up or something to another building.
This might have at some point in the past been like a cellar or something.
That or it was connected to a different building. There is a tunnel in the north wall that could be connecting to something.
So Scrapper is going to try and use his definitely not a rogue skill set to confirm that this lock is in fact opened and not locked.
All right. If you would like to open the door, you will need to succeed at a pick a lock action, which requires a thievery skill check.
As he's doing that, I'll look over at Horace and say, "Is he picking the lock? Oh my gosh,
Yeah.
I gotta go see this." And I'm gonna go spectate.
Yep, a 19 is a success, and with very little fanfare, Scrapper, you get your tools in and you jiggle them around, and 3 is binding, 4 is binding, and then 6 is a false gate, but you get past that one, it swings open, and then you close it and lock it, and then do it again. And you say to them, "I'm going to do it again just to make sure you know it wasn't a fluke." And the door opens.
Scrapper just kind of slips on through and does some rooting around in the boxes.
Yeah, immediately.
If I didn't know any better, I would say that young Scrapper is a kobold. Sorry, he's a rogue.
Hey, you watch casting aspersions at me.
Scrapper, investigating the storage is pretty easy because most of it is like crates full of rotting food or stained cloth. And your keen non-rogue senses allow you to quickly locate where the good stuff is. You know, it's like behind a barrel under a box. There's a little container, and you can open that one up.
I'm going to try and stealthily take the 2 items listed under treasure.
Mm-hmm. Well, one of them is 200 items, just to make sure you understand.
Okay, so the big one, he's gonna take that.
Yeah, that's yeah. You make it. You want to make it disappear. So this is a steal action, which is also a thievery check. And we'll see if the others notice or not.
I did say I was watching Scrapper intently because I was fascinated by his lockpicking.
You absolutely did, yeah. Oh my goodness.
So Scrapper is like reaching with one hand towards the silver pieces, and with the other he'll just like slide the gold ring into his sleeve.
Yeah, Evander, you are being very diligent and you are watching very carefully. And so you do get a bonus to your perception DC, and unfortunately it still isn't enough. This is like some stage magic, like wizard stuff, where it just disappears up his sleeve as he's turning the box to go, look at all these silver coins.
I'm still fascinated by the lock. I'm like, how do you get that open?
Whack a silver here, boys.
What are these strange antique coins? They're so strangely colored.
And a sword. Someone want a sword?
Is it magic?
I don't know. Looks like a sword.
Does it have a lot of little weird things on it you can't read?
It does.
I don't think it's magic here. I know that. I'm still going through I'm going through the kobold's pockets looking for anything magical that they might have, and the one that Horace has tied up, I'm like in his pocket.
Yeah, so they all have this sort of really terrible quality leather armor, whatever scraps they could get together. They've all got spears. They don't seem to have anything precious on them to you. They all have these really ugly necklaces that have like a weird... It looks almost like eggshell, like an eggshell fragment on the end of it, but they're kind of dumb and like like macaroni painting level construction. The sword, however, does have runes inscribed along the blade, acid etched onto the metal, and they are consistent with what one would expect from a magical weapon.
Scrapper will like pick the sword up and like tentatively swing it as to see how it works.
Use it, lad. It's a blessing from Nethys.
I don't know, no, Nethys. Nethys? Nef what?
Yeah, that's about right.
Close.
Scrapper, my acrobatic friend, when you're done with the antique coinage, I do require your healing assistance. I seem to have sprained my ankles.
Both of them?
It was quite the devil of a hill.
So
anybody want this sword, or will I take it, or what?
I think you use it, yeah.
I got my trusty dagger back in my belt.
I'm unsure if a rapier and a short sword are compatible for my character.
You can use it. It may be better off in the hands of one of the martial characters, but your character would certainly be able to wield it.
I think
Scrapper's sneak attack would benefit for sure.
Okay.
I mean, if no one else is taking it.
What happened to the other sword?
Oh, I got that still. Anyone want it? Still on my belt.
What's it do?
Just keep collecting short swords.
It's not magic. Just nice. It's got a pretty emerald.
Is it just aesthetically pleasing, or does it... Huh?
That's worth a lot, young Evander.
I know. That's what I'm saying. It could be very stylish.
It's just a pretty little thing. Yeah, you want it?
Well, you know.
How do I transfer an item in this? Should I just drop it on the barrel?
Yeah, you could put it on the barrel.
I put it on the barrel. There you go, lad. Stick him with the pointy end.
Evander, give that a few swings. See how it feels.
Scrapper starts emptying the silver pieces into his sack.
I'm gonna trust that the kobold will split up everything properly at the end, for sure.
I'm sure, yeah.
No reason to doubt him.
I think that...
None whatsoever.
So this short sword is a martial weapon, but, I mean, I think I can use it because my proficiencies say the same as the rapier, but correct me if I'm misunderstanding something.
Let me have a look. I thought bards had short swords.
They do. They have
my
like a
sheet, it
subset of
lists
martial
short,
weapons.
I don't have all martial weapons, but it does
You do
list
have
short
short
sword as
swords,
trained
yeah.
specifically.
You're trained.
Let
Oh,
me just
are you
consult the
confused?
Archives of Nethys real quick.
Are you confused because it's called something else? It's a variant short, like it's just a short sword with a special description.
I don't think... I just was checking to make sure that it doesn't matter that I'm untrained in martial weapons because I am trained...
It's a short sword, and you're trained in short swords.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So you're fine.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to confirm.
Yeah. That's also why you can use the rapier.
Ah. Good.
Bards get like a subset of martial stuff.
Quite the fetching blade, Evander. I'm sure you'll catch the eyes of many youth as you use it.
I'll give Morgan a quick little...
My fame and legend will surely grow from this day forward.
Here you go, Morgan. Feel better?
Well, why are you
Take off the
touching me?
hangover. Just put a hand on your shoulder.
God,
Pat me.
No, you
don't
don't have
surprise me
to.
like that.
You don't have to give him a foot rub to like help his ankles.
No, that's Calistria.
I wanna go over towards Scrapper, who's like currently filling a satchel with silver, and I'm holding the sort of like eggshell piece. And I wanted to ask him because I heard that other kobold called you like an egg betrayer or something. It was hard to catch in the Draconic, but what was it he called you?
Egg trader.
Egg trader. Does that mean anything to you?
I'm guessing he was pissed off because I'm like them, but I'm not like them because I'm not a skeet, right?
You speak scale talk, Zavoid?
Well, I dabble.
You're racist, isn't it?
I'm really proficient in reading it, not and listening, but not so much speaking it.
Well, we should ask this lad if there's more of them.
They have a very interesting dialect.
Oh, definitely, buy tons of them. If there's 4, there's 40.
Scrapper, I'm going to wake this one up so we can talk to him a little bit. Try not to stab this
Maybe
one,
Scrapper
all right?
could
sure there'll
talk
be
with
more.
him, but not with his knives.
I'll give Scrapper the necklace with the shell, so that way maybe you're not an egg trader anymore. If they see you wearing this, I don't know.
Yeah. Just stand there and look threatening, like you're going to kill him, but don't actually kill him.
Scrapper crouches with the knife like inches from this thing's eye.
Yeah, that's good. Just hold that pose and don't move. Zavoid, can you translate for me? I don't speak this.
Sure.
All right. Is it? Can I assume we have like 10 minutes for me to recover my point? And lay on hands
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, cool. So I'll do that. I'll wake him up. I'll try talking slow so Zavoid can translate and just try to calm him down. Be like, hey, we're not going to kill you. Just want you to answer a few questions and then we'll let you go.
I like to think I make a mistake and leave out the not part of we're not going to kill you.
Yeah, I'm just trusting you're translating for me. I can't fact check you. All right?
I'm trusting.
Barely
you.
read.
The kobold wakes up, presumably disarmed.
Don't you move!
Yeah, it is. We'll see.
And he looks around, and immediately he points at Scrapper and he says, in really, really terrible but very familiar common, he says, "I didn't touch him," which is true.
Yeah. Oh, I speak. All right, better. I still have a shite diplomacy. I'm like, look, we're just down here to clear out some fish stealers. Have you been thieving fish?
Ain't no thief. You skeets,
Nope.
get out of my house.
Don't you move! Don't you move!
Wait,
I ain't
hold on, I'm
moving.
confused. Scrapper, are we skeets or hay skeets? I don't know.
You skeets.
We skeets.
He points at the egg on his neck and he says,
I took
he
it.
says proud. Oh, you took it? He
I
goes
took
for it and
his.
he's like, where's me egg?
I got her.
Looks like you're the egg critter now.
He wants to try and punch you, but he can't because he's tied up, and so he tries to bite you.
Can I, as I'm seeing him get like a little bit hysterical, I'd like to try and assist with this interrogation by subduing the kobold, like sort of snapping him out of it. And I think the way I'd like to try and do it, although I don't know exactly if this works, is I'd like to try and use fascinating performance to kind of like, you know, captivate the kobold and get him to pay attention to us and stop.
Yeah, let's give it a
freaking
shot.
out.
Yeah.
Can I help in this by using a spell to aid
Yeah, sure.
Evander? Because I'd like to use infectious enthusiasm
Okay.
and basically I give myself a +1 bonus. I'll choose charisma space skill checks, and an ally within 30 feet of me can get infected with that same enthusiasm. So you're putting out all this enthusiasm. I'm magically weaving it and giving it back if possible.
That's pretty sweet. So I think the way fascinating performance works is then that I do some sort of performance check.
Yeah, would you like to roll performance? Also, how are you performing? Do you have an instrument?
I do have an instrument, but I think this is not going to be necessarily a musical performance. I think I'm going to try and sort of just vocalize and maybe a little bit of like interpretive dance, and like just kind of this kobold is going to be like, what is he doing? But then he's going to be hooked in and he can't look away, and he's so fascinated by it that, you know,
Yeah.
it's just the way it works.
Roll your performance check. You have +1.
Awesome. Hopefully, should I do this blindly or publicly?
The perform action is not a secret check, so you can do it publicly. All right. You successfully fascinate the kobold for 1 round, but you know we're not in combat, so. And yeah, he's distracted like mid attempt to bite Scrapper, which would have failed obviously, and sort of slowly turns and stares at you, in you know a mixture of confusion, but you know fascinated is not necessarily a positive emotion. So it's partly also that you're attracting some of his vitriol onto yourself.
Well, when I have his attention, I'll just sort of put my hands up, like, you know, be calm. Calm down, little guy.
He says his speech is like you know a little bit sort of more slow, like he is partly distracted. I believe in mechanical terms, the fascinated condition means that on every turn he is forced to use one of his actions to do something related to you. So either to look at you or to attack you. Like it has to be you. So he's like 1/3 of his ability is gone, and he is now 2/3 of his brain. So he's more about the level of intelligence of you guys now, and he's sort of slowly come. I mean, you skeets, you killed, and he's like gesturing at all the dead kobolds around, and then he kind of pauses and he scratches his little like kobold snout and he points at one of them and he says, "Oh, well, that was a jerk anyway."
He was. We just need to know why you're taking fish.
He looks like he wants to deny it, because he isn't a rogue. He's not a thief, but he kind of coughs and a fish bone comes out of his mouth and he tries to hastily swallow it again.
Wow.
And he says, Dad's underground fish is our fish. Your fish is surface fish.
Oh, sure, that's fine. But you're a little lad, you don't need that much fish.
He nods and he says very proudly, of course, we have to steal enough fish for everyone.
All of
Everyone.
kobolds?
He
Kobolds
nods,
and friends?
and it looks like he's gonna continue, and then he kind of like catches himself, and he goes, yes, many hundreds of kobolds, probably coming for me very soon.
So there's like 20 of them.
We can wait.
He shouts over Scrapper. He says, more than 20, at least 16.
So like, I got 6 knives, so I can take like 12.
Well, my friend has 20 knives and one for each of the 4 of you.
It's a lot of knives.
Scrapper, I believe he has us outmatched.
Nah, bye. Skeets are all talk.
He struggles against the bonds again, but more like lethargically now because he's trying to split his attention with Evander. But he does say to Scrapper, "Ain't the skeet? You're the skeet." And he says, "You're a thief. Coming in my house, take my egg thief."
You got lots of eggs?
He says, "Nuh-uh, only one. Very precious. Not for you."
I'm gonna eat it.
Maybe we shouldn't eat his egg. I mean,
I'm gonna eat it twice.
He's slightly frothing with rage at the idea of you eating his eggshell, just
Now,
crushing it. You know?
Scrapper, if I may, you can also make a delightful cocktail using the whites of the egg. Mix it with some gin.
He screeches at you, Morgan, and he says, "I'll make her cocktail with your face."
no, y'all are not being very dignified and noble with our captive here. I think we've gotten the information we need. We don't have to torment the poor fellow.
Yeah, let him go. Take his weapons, but let him go. He can run on ahead.
Well,
Maybe we
he'll
don't
get in
want
the
to
way or
warn
get
the
upstairs.
others either. You know, we could just like put him in there.
Scrappy, you're good with that lock, right?
Which-
We can put him in there and you can lock him in. We'll come back for him later, take him up top. They can decide what they want to do with a fish thief. I don't know Otari's laws on that thing.
That's my
Suppose by.
fish.
Chuck him in there. Suppose by.
Alright.
Yeah,
I'll pick him up and
suppose by.
carry him over and I'll toss him into the storeroom.
Yeah,
Pose
so you,
by.
Suppose by.
you suppose by, and the door is quickly locked once more. He's wiggling and yelling, but he's still tied up, and you just sort of toss him in there. Even when he gets free, he'll, be locked in there.
I'll take a little pity and toss a little rations in there for him, just in case we die.
Yeah, what kind of rations?
Trail. I don't know. Dwarven hardtack, probably biscuits.
Yeah,
I'll give him
not
some bar
tavern.
stacks.
Yeah, there you go.
I have 7
Yeah,
bar
yeah.
stacks. I will
Do
put
you give him
one
his egg
charge.
back?
I feel like maybe
Scrapper-
we should return the egg. I feel awfully bad about this.
Scrapper takes a visible bite out of the eggshell
Oh no,
in front of him.
Scrapper.
How hard are you bite? Like how determined are you to bite the eggshell?
That's kind of a loaded question.
Yes,
I
it
didn't
is.
really give it much thought other than he's going to bite it.
Scrapper, with very little forethought or consideration, prepares to chomp down on this eggshell, this unusually large eggshell. It's also unusually tough. You hear this, everyone hears this horrendous, like, scraping, like, chalkboard, sound. And you're pretty sure that you've just, like, partly filed down part of your teeth where you tried to bite it.
Oh.
Because you kind of wiggle the tooth and it's like at a different angle than it was before. It'll probably get better, but The eggshell has no mark on it.
Well,
That's
that's a remarkable thing.
Life finds a way.
Buzz, Sure. What kind of friggin' egg is this?
It's not your type of egg?
He yells back at you and he says, "It's my egg."
You didn't friggin' lay it.
He scratches his nose and he says, "You lay every egg that was yours?"
If I got it, it ain't yours anymore, is it?
He blinks. This is unassailable logic, and you slowly see his expression droop. And then he says, "Now I'm the egg traitor."
Oh, no, don't go telling yourself that. That kind of attitude is never going to get you anywhere.
Well, at least he
Yeah.
learned his name, Egg Trader.
He goes and sits behind the crate forlornly, and he says, you can hear him like mumbling to himself, but like very in a self-pitying way. Like he wants you to hear. He's speaking loud enough that you can hear. And he's saying, "Oh, I should have protected it harder. Now these skeets, and they took my egg. Oh. And he like peeks around to see if you're like paying attention to his lamentations.
Alright, enough of that.
Maybe give him back the little egg piece.
Oh, just give him the egg,
No harm to
Scrapper.
anyone
Come
in there.
on. It ain't no magic artifact or nothing. It's just a hard rock. You
I'll
don't
give
know
it back. He tells me where it came from. I'll give it back. He tells me where it came from.
Do all the kobolds have an egg piece around their neck, or just
Yeah,
this one?
they're not like a full egg. It's like a tiny fragment. Maybe the full egg was like, ostrich egg sized.
Oh,
And they've
that
just each
changes
got like little
things.
fragments.
If you tell us what laid this egg, lad, we'll give it back to you.
He yells back that your mother laid the egg.
Oh, well,
Mother didn't
that's
lay
just
no-
rude.
Alright, open the cage. This buddy's getting the egg.
You
Hasn't
hear
laid
like
an egg in
a
20 years.
you hear like a screeching noise as he tries to hide under one of the boxes.
My mother has a tattoo that reads "son" on it.
I'll just toss on one of the other egg pieces through the bars and then turn my attention back.
Oh, he scuttles up and grabs it and then runs back to his hiding place, giggling to himself at his ruse.
Scrapper whips a knife after the egg piece.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, he grabs the knife as well, and he giggles louder.
Well, now you've armed him, Scrapper. That was counterproductive.
Yeah, what's he gonna do with it?
Throw it.
Well, hopefully nothing, but I think we'd best be on our way.
Yeah.
You could peel an orange.
I'd hold on to that. There might be more spiders.
Is anyone else a little disappointed like I am right now? Like, I was expecting some kind of grand conspiracy. Turns out it's just lizard people.
Yeah, like that's so basic.
Well, I know you were hoping for Morlocks, but not everything is always as nefarious as it outwardly might seem.
Perhaps the egg pieces were a Morlock.
As you're deliberating, Horace steps up to the door and
Sense of butt.
I don't know exactly. Okay, so he stands on like a loose floorboard, and it gives way, and
Oh no.
it's in a sort of comically Rube Goldberg style. The loose floorboard is attached to like a rope that pulls a beam out of the ceiling, and then just the ceiling collapses. Everybody in the corridor, so Horace and Scrapper. So first Horace, and then Scrapper is attacked by a falling block. Don't ask me why this is an attack roll rather than a saving throw. I didn't design it. I think that hits Horace.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Meanwhile, Scrapper nimbly darts halfway back and successfully avoids.
Oh wow,
Oh.
solid hit, Horace.
Oh, that's fine.
The collapse of the ceiling was like a few bricks, but it wasn't enough to cave in the tunnel. You're not like buried. Basically, a rock hit you on the head and like bounced off your helmet or whatever.
Jay's my.
Back up.
Gosh, Horace, are
Hold
you
on.
okay?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Did you trip some sort of machination, or was that just bad luck?
Bit of both. There's no frown on me, I suppose.
I do believe dear Tammy needs to improve the workplace safety of this basement.
It's
Yeah,
not
for
her
sure.
basement, sure. We
Give me a
left the
minute, I'll patch
basement
myself
like
up.
6 tunnels ago.
I don't know if we want to spend another 10 minutes waiting for me to get my focus point back, but I'll just patch myself up.
Oh man, forgot about section 3 of chapter 2 of the Adventurer's Handbook. You gotta always check for traps. How could I be so stupid?
Youth, it's okay. It'll come in time.
Oh, that's all right.
Scrapper,
Now
check
it's
for
gone.
traps next time.
What?
Check for traps
Traps?
next time. Traps, yeah.
Huh? Suppose.
Yeah. Check this door, Scraps. See if it's got any wires on it.
Don't call me Scraps.
You got it, Scrappy.
So checking for traps.
Checking for traps is something that you can be doing as you explore, as long as you're using the search exploration activity, which I now consider you to be doing.
Okay.
You examine the door in front of you, and you do not find any signs of hidden machinations or traps of any kind on the door.
Scrapper will reach up, start to push the door, and once it starts to open, he will just give it a solid shoulder and just full throw it open.
The light from the chalice spills into a long room with a stone altar near the center. There are 3 statues in this room. 2 are in the corners and seem to depict some kind of priest, while the one in the middle is larger and depicts a man who is holding both of his hands like palms up out over the altar. And then on the altar there are 9 gold coins.
You're going to tell me that's more than you've seen in a year again, Evander.
That does look like a considerable small fortune, but let's not be hasty. Could be a trap.
Scrapper is actively reaching towards the coins when Evander says not to be hasty.
As
Hey,
you will
Scrapper,
gather,
why the other skeets not touch these?
as you will gather before the statue, you hear a booming voice emanate from it. It's not telepathy; it's an actual noise. But statue doesn't have like animated mouth parts. It just sort of emanates, and you hear the voice say, "In my hands, I judge the value of all wealth, raising up whichever is greater. One of these coins is a deception. Find it using only 2 judgments and receive my blessing."
Huh. That's incredible. That is a talking statue.
Understood some
Oh.
of those words.
That wasn't just me. Okay, I thought it was the alcohol.
Nah.
It's a riddle.
You lads know what they're talking about?
Well, it was a riddle of some sort. It said that one of the coins is a fraud.
Aye, riddles, I'm not one. I'll stand over here.
Scrapper starts squinting closely at the coins.
Mm.
I mean, it's logical deduction reasoning, correct?
It does sound like some sort of puzzle challenge that we
If
have
only
to figure
someone
out
here-
which coin is the fake one.
If only someone here knew anything about statistics.
Scrapper begins to, in sequence, bite each coin.
Yeah, they're all biteable. None of them break your teeth.
Sure seems odd that the skeets didn't just take the coins.
Yeah, curious.
Probably scared of the talking Probably scared of the talking statue.
Are you scared of the talking statue?
No, but I ain't a moron.
Ah, alright.
I mean, if I was going to spend such time enchanting such a magnificent work of art, I would make sure that the coins would just conjure themselves back here every time I took them out of the room. We could test such a theory.
Can you say that in words that someone that didn't go to magic school would understand?
I think he's saying it makes infinite money.
Oh.
Potentially.
Quick, try to leave with a coin.
I mean, we know there's some enchantment at work here, perhaps trying to intentionally subvert the functionality of the puzzle might be ill-advised.
Talking statue. Is it ill-advised?
You address the statue, and it responds, "In my hands, I judge the value of all wealth, raising up whichever is
no,
great.
this is just a dumb statue.
One of these coins is a deception.
You just
Find
made
it
it
using
repeat.
only 2 judgments and receive my blessing."
I'm gonna bonk with my staff. Off. We heard you.
Every time you speak to it, it repeats the message.
I'll go ahead and take the 9 coins. There's 9, right?
Well, what happens if the 2 hands are equal?
Or we're about to find out. So I'll divide the 9 coins into like 3 piles, evenly dispersed, and just put one random pile in each hand. So there's like 1 off, and each hand's holding 3 coins.
Okay.
So if you put 3 in each, and they're equal, then what if the hands are the same? Then do you know that there's 3 true coins in each pile?
The right hand slowly lowers, and the left hand raises.
He said he raises. Statue, can you repeat your instructions?
The one that's higher up, that has less wealth.
In my hands, I judge the value of all wealth, raising
why'd you
up
talk to him
whichever is
again?
greater. One of these coins is a deception. Find it using only 2 judgments and receive my blessing.
Raising that is, which is greater. So the false one must be in one of those 3 in his other hand.
Yeah,
I'm
this is
no
brilliant. You've
mathematician.
basically solved it, Zavoid.
Well, I mean, my grandfather wrote about such a puzzle once. I'll take the other 3 coins, and I'll just take 2 of them and put 1 in each hand and leave 1 kind of in my palm.
This time the left hand lowers and the right hand raises.
Aha!
Must be the one on the table.
I'll take the one up in the one on the lower hand, and I'll say, this should be it.
The coin vanishes from your hand, as do all of the other coins that were involved in the puzzle.
No, I think you
to the
lost.
north, you
I
hear
guess
a
I was wrong.
click as a door slides open.
Amazing.
Oh, hold on. Make sure there's nothing coming out.
This was a challenge to find one object from a collection of many by using a sequence of binary choices.
Oh, shut up.
If you can just subdivide each list into a smaller list, it's easier to search each list individually.
Nerd.
Or merge them back together.
Oh,
Hey, before you goes in there,
I ain't going in
you
there.
want me to look? You want me to look for a trap or what?
Ah, yeah. Get in front. Take a look, Scrapper.
Scrapper goes first and is thus the first to get a good look of the contents of the room.
Didn't see anything moving.
It's a small place. It contains what looks like a strange machine at the back of the room with a big, like, it's like, you know, like in Half-Life 2, you have those red things that you turn. There's one of those on this weird, like, steampunk contraption. To the left, there is a window, but it's reflecting the light very strangely. And I don't really know how this is, I mean, magic. The light is able to enter and you're able to see out, which are contradictory statements, I think. So you can see into the next room, but
One-way mirror.
it's a one-way
Wait
mirror.
a second. I hear something.
And indeed, you do hear something. You hear the quiet sounds of kobolds talking in the next room. Also, as you move further in, you can see that there's a chest on the southern wall.
More skeets.
Eats.
Yeah, there's skeets out there, but
Scrapper, you are the only one here, I think, currently, because Zavoid is a bit further back, that understands what the kobolds are saying. But essentially, they're talking about how they're going to teach a lesson to the big meanies up top.
With all this gadgets in here, is this clock machines? One of you know what this is?
What are they saying, Scrapper?
I don't know. Give me a minute, Mike. Jeez. Something about something.
Wise words.
I'll try to look at the clockwork machines to see if I could maybe make some sense of them.
Yeah, you could roll me a crafting check to recall knowledge.
Recall knowledge crafting check coming up.
So the machine is okay. I don't know how you would work this out. Okay, you know how you work this out. There's a little lock-in, lock-out system on the machine, so you have to like put your branded padlock over the on button, so that no one can turn it on while you're locked in, and that's the only way to work on it. And next to it, there's a list of instructions in 4 different languages that explain how to safely operate the machine. And they read, when the light is on, the trap is active. Do not walk into the opening hallway while the trap is active. If you enter the area demarked by the white lines on this schematic, and there's a blueprint of the room, like a little drawing, it says, you do so at your own risk. This room is only safe when the light is in the off position. Please verify that there is nobody locked in and at work. If you activate the trap while maintenance is being performed, they will be horribly mangled and killed.
Stroking my beard while reading all that.
Yeah, there's a lot of really interesting.
Definitely a trap.
Is he reading it aloud?
Yes, but yeah, probably. I don't speak these languages. I just read them. So I'm speaking in common.
The extremely thorough safety instructions help you to understand that the trap is currently off.
Yeah, is the light on or lights off?
Yeah, it's off right now.
And the area that we should absolutely not go in when the trap is on is, and I'll gesture questioningly towards the kobolds.
Yeah, it's to the north. It's in that room.
Yeah, boys, I got an idea.
Scrapper, I know you're getting ideas. I know you're getting ideas, Scrapper, but I don't like this.
Turn it on, turn it on,
It said
turn it on.
horribly
It'll be great.
mangled.
This is gonna be great.
I'm trying to turn it on.
Oh no! Oh.
Yeah, you can turn it on.
So I'll do all the stuff and click it into the on position until the light comes on.
Well, my young Evander, we don't know that this trap is a negative thing yet.
It did talk about mangling people.
Into the on position.
Is that a negative thing?
Typically.
Not necessarily.
And because nobody is currently tagged in, the machine allows you to, activate. It's not in maintenance mode. The little light clicks on, and you hear like a hum, and a calm robotic voice warns you that you will be horribly mangled if you walk into the area that corresponds to the white rectangle on the following schematic. There's a little diagram of the room above. I will reveal the drawing that tells you where the trap is. Don't go inside of that.
Scrapper darts past everyone and moves to about here.
You just sprint in.
Yeah, he's darting to, and if he can squeeze into view in the square just one square north of him, I can't because there's a wall there. But if he can like squeeze into that frame, he's gonna do so.
You are attempting to trigger initiative right now.
Before the scrapper hits the fan, can I scoop up what's in this chest into like a little sack really quick?
Yeah, you empty it into your bag as he's like sprinting out the room.
Yeah, sure. As a scrapper would have loved all these, antique coins in here, and there's a couple real ones too, but there are 11 of them.
I'm putting in a part of the thing. We can divvy it up afterwards.
I am rolling initiative.
Well, yeah. Why don't you grab that in case we need it later? Just take all of that. It's good treasure.
Yeah, we'll split it up afterwards. Don't worry, Dad. Now we gotta go tend to our friend's bloodlust.
I don't believe it's bloodlust. I think he's just excited to meet some skeets.
And Scrapper leans into this view and bellows, "Come and get me, boys!"
He reminds me of some Gormites I knew.
I don't think he means that. They're gonna get mangled by this machine, aren't they? I'm not sure I can bear to watch.
Someone is.
Well,
as the occupants, I'm sure they are well aware of the manglement zone.
Yeah, they definitely successfully opened the trap. The puzzle door and located it.
Mm-hmm. And read it and understood it.
Yeah, they can read OSHA instructions.
It has been quite, refreshing to have 10 feet tall ceilings, 4 to 5 feet tall guardrails over every precipice, except the ones we had to use. The inclination on these cliffs were not quite up to standard.
Scrapper is the first kobold to act.
So he bellows out, "Come and get me," and then I'm going to delay my entire turn
Makes sense.
until I see what happens when they rush towards him.
This one rushes towards you. When he steps here, as a reaction, the kobold is attacked by the spear trap.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That machine did that?
Oh.
through the mouth, if it matters. He is impaled by a spear that is taller than he is. Scrapper, are you taking your turn or are you delaying it more?
I think he's going to delay it more.
Okay, Evander.
Well, I'm gonna move to see what I can see, which is nothing. But
if you look over there, you can see part of the kobold.
I have a little bit more movement. I'm gonna take a 5-foot step. Oh, wait, is that?
That's a window.
That's a one-way window.
It's an observational window. I see. It's not a doorway.
It's like a magic wall that you can see through from this side.
Yeah, there's cool walls in Foundry that let you do that.
Okay, so I will go back the other direction. That's all my movement now.
Andrew he hasn't used Foundry before very much, so he doesn't know about these things.
It's new to you.
The guy that did the one-way walls is really talented, though.
Yeah.
Pretty clever stuff. I will use Inspire Courage because it's the thing that I can do to benefit my friends.
Ah, yes.
And I think I'll just move again in case Scrapper gets into trouble.
He will.
So 10, another 10. I'm just going to hang out here to give him a little bit of reinforcement.
The next kobold is a little bit stunned, and the other two spears went above his head and hit the wall behind him, and he hesitates and then decides, well, I just have to not stand on that square that was trapped.
Yeah.
So
Can't
he
happen
runs
more
up
than once.
and he goes here, and he triggers the second. Oh wait, no, it's already used its reaction. It's currently reloading, so it can't attack again. So he's fine.
Kobold was
which
right.
of course is gonna make all the others assume it's safe. So that was 30. Yeah, so he can get right up here, and.
I will act when he closes range.
You can't. You have to. It's his turn currently. You can act after his turn.
Next turn.
And he will attack you with a spear. He had to move twice to get here. All right, and then I will move you in initiative, and it's your turn.
Okay. Scrapper is going to duck around the spear swing and lunge with the short sword.
Oh my god, he hit something.
Is that high enough for a critical?
No, if you targeted it would calculate it for you if you were wondering.
I've been good about that thus far, and then failed for this one.
Yeah, well that's
normally
the trick.
he doesn't hit, right?
That's why you were missing.
Nath doesn't need automation to tell him he missed.
Pretty good. You got it.
Magic.
It's a pretty good sword, turns out.
Oh yeah, that's a
and
magic sword. Nice.
I think the other kobold might be in range for me to draw a throwing knife and throw it.
Are you sure? Well, I mean, probably, but you will have range increment. Let me check what the range is of a throwing knife. Unless you know.
I do not know. And I don't see it listed. Oh, thrown 20 feet, so it would be...
Okay, so you'd have -4. Because
plus probably the multi-attack as well.
yeah, and also cover.
I think he'll just draw one, but not throw it yet, and otherwise end turn.
Alright, Morgan.
Morgan will saunter in, look at the just absolutely ruined remains of the kobold, and be like, "Oh, poor Skeet, poor Skeet."
That one was actually Scrapper, not the mangling trap.
Oh, where? Morgan still can't see any further enemies, so he will, I suppose, keep moving. Oh.
That one was
That's
the
the
trap.
mangled one. There's a hole in his head.
Morgan pauses halfway there to throw up.
All right, gentlemen. Do we suspect there's any more?
You can still hear shrieks of
Yep, they're
righteous
coming.
outrage in Draconic.
Yeah, I'm going to finish my turn next to this, and using my favorite cantrip, Bullhorn. Shout out at these kobolds. Say, "You darned eggs-thieving skeets!
Oh my goodness, how dare you.
I have your shinies," from the room next door.
Well,
my
they're
turn.
coming for you now. Is that Horace's turn?
It's now Horace's turn, correct?
Alright.
Alright, time to get out there and see what's going on.
So we'll do one stride. Alright, over there, dead. Okay, let's go over here. Oh, there's the other one.
Ugh. Watch out! Don't want to end up like that one. Horace.
Don't get yourself mangled now.
I'll just hold my staff defensively for any others that come by.
The next kobold will stride, climb, or jump, sort of hop, like vault over that lip, and keep going. And he spots Morgan mid yell about eggs, and he throws a spear at him from here.
Oh, it's not very friendly.
He doesn't have he wouldn't be able to move and attack you. So
I can't quite see where the kobold's at, but he's not within 15 feet of me, right?
he is. Can you still do that on people you can't see?
That's a good question. Pull it up.
He's right here. So
It says, actions. Enemy damages your ally, and both are within 15 feet.
yeah, no, I guess it works. He'll still deal the damage though, so he'll be enfeebled and winner takes two.
Morgan's gonna
feel
look
bad.
down at this wound and be like, I'm leaking. I believe Evander called it blood. Smells like cologne.
And that is his turn. You hear a click as the spear trap finishes reloading. The kobold moves out of view. You're not completely sure where. And Zavoid, it's your turn.
Well, I can't really see what's going on in there, but I hear mangleness and clicking and everything just going to hell. So, because I know we have to cross this room to get to where we're going, I'm going to spend my first action to try to disable the trap so we can safely cross the room.
Yeah, you turn the red valve.
Do I need to make a check for that, or is it automatic?
No, you just turn the valve.
Oh. Okay, so I turn the valve, and then I will spend my next action running in, and then my next action running to, like, here, so I can actually see what's going on.
Not knowing that Zavoid has turned the valve, as I see him running towards the death rectangle, I'll shout, Zavoid, no!
You're
gonna get
I took care of it. We're good. I guarantee it's disabled. That's the end of my turn.
Evander,
That's the Zavoid guarantee.
do you trust the guarantee?
I most definitely do not. Quick rules question. Am I correct to understand that reach spell adds one action on top of the normal cost?
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool. So that means I could sort of attack from here.
Yeah.
But it would cost me 3 actions anyways.
Yeah, it's sort of like without having to get closer.
Yeah,
you get the
it's
benefit
flexibility.
Of moving.
I understand. Well, I know there's another kobold somewhere. I just don't know where he is. Was I able to get a direction based on what I can hear?
Well, from what you can see of the room, the kobolds must be to the right of you because there's nothing else, nowhere else they could be. That's where all the others have been coming from.
Well, I'll approach. I'll move to here. Oh, wait, that's where Morgan is. Okay. I can't see the other one.
Yeah, that you do not have a light source, so you can't see. This is darkness to you back here.
Yeah, I understand. All right, well, I will attack this one in front of me and try and smash him with a piece of shale that I pick up off the ground telekinetically. That's not very good. It's only a 10.
Unfortunately, a 10 won't hit.
That will be my turn.
All right, Scrapper.
Scrapper is going to trust Zavoid was not lying about disabling the trap.
It'd be really funny if he was.
And
Would
is
be
going
very
to
amusing.
head to here, which for some reason it is telling me collides with a wall.
Yeah, because the pillars are walled. You meant here?
There. And it looks like I can see the corner of a kobold.
Mm-hmm.
So let's make good with that throwing knife.
So she will have standard cover, which is 2 AC, because you can only see one, like, tiny sliver of her.
Oh wow, thanks so much for the sub gifts, everyone. Really appreciate that.
Like, saw something flood the chat.
Oh my goodness. Oh, did I get one? Hang on.
I
check
finally
it
got
out.
one.
Oh, you got one, Steve. Oh, and Cody.
Get one.
Oh my goodness.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, and Matt got one. Giving Matt a sub to his own company's Twitch account is kind of fun. That's amazing.
Ooh!
Nice,
Oh.
nice.
Oh,
Alright.
you gave Scrapper the luck as well.
Mm-hmm.
Is that high enough for a critical?
No.
Sorry,
This is a game with very high numbers. Yeah, that's a knife. You know, you send it flying out, and despite all odds, this trick shot, you land it.
And with my last action, I think I'm going to close the distance to that guy.
Okay. Morgan.
Morgan is going to confidently stride out into the danger zone. His allies said it's fine.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, there's an icon on the bottom called what does that represent?
Enfeebled 2 from
Guilt.
yeah, the guilt at having attacked you.
Well, good. He is instead going to, since he can see this from here, going to use Curse of Indulgence on the Trapmaster.
Oh,
Morgan has drank a lot in the past 24 hours, and this Trapmaster gets to relive that joyous experience. He's gonna need to make a fortitude save. Oh!
Wow. That was so cool, too.
He's
You
better
can
at
see
holding his liquor than you.
you're
He's still sickened, but
you are sharing some of your hangover.
that was one action.
No, that was 2 actions.
Okay, that's the end of my turn then.
Yes. All right, Horace.
Alright. Let's see what's left of all this. 5, 10.
Horace, I think this one's gonna come stab me.
Oh, there was one down there. Okay. I couldn't probably see it from that way. I'll just get up here on the range above. Alright, well, I'll whack the one that's going after the wispy lad. Let's try the bold bopping stick. And I still feel a little bad about all the slaughter, so we'll try to non-lethally bop. Hey, it says a hit.
Bopping.
All right. You deliver a solid hit to the enfeebled kobold as it reels with the guilt of what you've made it consider.
Nice.
And it responds. You have another action, don't you?
I do. I have one more, yeah.
Is it on?
I'll probably bop him again. May as well. I have a map. Be like, come on, you don't want to do this. Serve Nethys, it'll be better. Magic is the way of things.
Go to sleep, little guy.
You do critically miss, but that's okay.
Yeah, that's it.
He slips out of your reach by sprinting straight for Evander. Now, he threw his spear earlier, but he threw it at Morgan, who was standing right next to him where he is now. So he will interact to pick his spear back up, and then he'll try and stab Evander with it. He misses.
Oh, don't do that to me!
The Kobold Trapmaster will spend an action to cough up like like owl pellets, like I imagine kobolds do owl pellets where like the little bones of all the small animals they've been eating, they get like coalesced. She sort of coughs one up to cure her sickened condition, and looks kind of offended at you for having done this to her. But at the same time, you gave her a tasty meal, and she's not as hungry anymore. That was kind of nice. And so she's sort of considering her options, and eventually decides that the best one is to try and tumble through Evander, which is an acrobatics check. Ooh, interesting. Let me see which DC it's against, because it does actually matter. So Evander, your reflex DC, I think that might
a plus
be,
6.
Yeah, so she fails. She can't get past you, so I'll put her here.
All right.
Instead, she will attack you with her short sword.
You can't get past me. Ow!
Yeah.
I don't know, that one bounced against the wall. I don't know if that counts.
Can I still do my make feel bad power from around here?
I think if you can't see either of them,
Probably not.
I think you'd have to see the friend, right? Like the ally.
Yeah, I could go with that.
Zavoid.
All right. First action. I'm going to stride out into the perfectly safe center of the room.
Yeah.
And then from here, I will see the two kobolds beating up on poor Evander. All right. Let's do what I do best, Electric Arc.
Oh,
So basic reflex save, 7 damage on the roll.
good voltage.
And that's against the... oh, wait, that's both.
Yeah, both of them. Basic
See?
reflex save.
Well,
Okay.
the warrior is exploded.
Oh
Okay.
no.
Yeah,
Uh,
whoops.
The Trapmaster should not have taken that much. I think I accidentally had them both
Yeah,
selected.
half damage for that. Yep.
All right.
That's all 3 actions.
Okay, Evander.
Ooh, that hurt. Well, I will disengage by moving back to the relative safety of the far side of the room.
Of the manglement zone.
I'm not worried about that right now because I'm feeling pretty mangled myself. And I will hurl a chunk of rock back at the Taskmaster as I leave.
Oh, close.
21, which I believe hits and would deal, ooh, pretty good, 9
Pretty
points
good.
of, let's make it bludgeoning damage.
You throw another piece of rubble. Thankfully, there is a lot of that around.
Yep.
Is that your turn?
That is my turn.
All right.
Okay, Scrapper is going to, with some lacking certainty, move.
Because it's a corner and you have to move orthogonally around it.
Before you do, please make me a reflex save.
Always check for traps.
Oh, they trapped us.
But I disabled it.
You fail, which means you take this much piercing damage.
Oh,
As you step on that square, a tiny snare was deployed there on the Cobalt Trapmaster's previous turn, and when you trip the wire, a sort of spring-loaded, sharp piece of metal is just flung at you.
Friggin' skeet. Does that halt my movement, or...
No, you just took some shrapnel to the leg.
Okay, so he's going to move to here, and now seeing that this guy is in the corner, I'm going to attempt to tumble through him for the flat-footed benefit.
Okay, roll an acrobatics check. Okay, unfortunately, a 17 is not enough. So you end your movement in front of her.
Right? In that case, being unsuccessful at maneuvering around the Trapmaster, he will conclude with a short sword strike.
Woohoo!
Finally putting some stuff together.
Scrapper, you are one dangerous, short, reptilian individual.
oh. That's one top kobold.
This one does seem to be a cut above the others.
An elite, if you will.
This one has mastered the traps in this room.
We must turn the trap back on.
All right, Morgan.
I will walk around and seeing that my good friend Scrapper is fighting, I'm going to step beside this creature, cornering it. I don't know if that gives flanking bonus. Morgan certainly wouldn't know that himself, but he might accidentally get such a bonus. And then I will rapier strike.
Morgan walks up for the kill steal, the kill secure, so they call them in the business.
Why is my damage
Dealing
so low?
exact damage.
Negative strength.
You just walk
Oh
up
my
and
God.
bonk them.
Yeah, it's a huge brandishing, and like the last one accidentally strikes him and takes him out.
I'm getting flashbacks to when I used to play Dota, because Morgan hasn't cast a single heal yet, and he's just like holding them on. You know, it's like when the support saves their stun for the kill steal instead of using it to help you. It's great.
I don't know if Morgan knows he can heal people yet, actually.
No, he doesn't, but he will at some point remember, and it will be majestic, because I made sure that he had all the feats to do the big heals.
Good.
Yeah.
Scrapper
so-
jumps
Morgan?
up and
That was
Scrapper
fast.
jumps up and high fives Morgan as he sheaths his weapon.
Yeah. Oh, you guys wounded him, but you know, I had to do the big damage.
Watch
to take
out
him
for
out.
traps, y'all. Don't go scurrying about all willy-nilly.
Oh, we saw the traps
There was more.
back there.
Another pack of bastards down.
So it seems as though the room has fallen quiet. On a cursory investigation, you can see that the kobolds here have similar jewelry to the ones that you've already encountered, with the eggshell motif. And you can see at the back of the room a staircase leading down to the second floor of the dungeon.
Oh, second floor.
We have made it to the halfway point, and with a glance at the clock, it seems that we're about 4 hours and 15 minutes in. So, pretty good pacing. And it seems like a good spot to have a break for the day. We can have
cliffhanger, maybe.
If you would like to treat some wounds and things now so you don't forget to in the morning, we can do that.
I can lay on hands too, whoever needs.
It's been a while we've been down here. We should probably go up and talk to Tammy, eh?
Yeah. Get some coffee.
As we've been peeling back the layers of this mystery, it seems that there is more to this underground complex than any of us even realized. It's almost as if there is some underlying menace under Otari that is laying in wait for us.
Oh, my young imaginative Evander.
Let's say that you guys head back up to the fishery, and you explain to Tamali the kinds of things you've seen. You show her the hole in her basement wall, and she sees that the scale of the task that she assigned you is perhaps a little beyond what she had expected, and says that if you need to take a night to rest and recover, you should do so, and that she will be happy if you would like to continue in the morning. That way we can
fetch the
tomorrow.
I'll fetch the one living kobold and bring him up to. There's a jail.
Hand him over. Yeah. So the town has a
fish dealing.
A small garrison, and that includes they have so the town guard guy, like the leader of the town guard, he's great. He's called Lardus Longsaddle. That's his real name.
Good stash.
When you hand him over, he nods respectfully to you, Horace, as a fellow vet, and he says gruffly, like, "Where'd you serve?"
In Absalom.
Yeah.
Scrapper, meanwhile, seems to be notably faded to the back of the group when Lardus is around, and kind of like standing, not conspicuously hiding, but like just positioning himself so that Morgan is between him and Lardus.
Yeah. Lardus doesn't make any sign of having seen you, but another guard that's with him, just his job is just to look at you the entire time and make sure you don't take anything.
As part of wrapping up, Morgan will share a cheers drink with Scrapper because we heroically took down that one kobold.
Drinks all around.
And as Scrapper drinks, his flesh will start to stitch back up and magically heal. And Morgan will be like, "How'd you do that? You're an incredible healer, Scrapper."
He's amazing.
I don't know why. Magic. Must be magic.
Aye, magic.
Well, group, kobold scrappers, if we may call ourselves. As I always say, it's never too early to start bulking up your obituary, so let's venture forth tomorrow.
It's a little
Still
depressing.
more to explore down there.
Like, it's just kobolds getting in the fishery. It's not exciting or fun or.
But think of how many 10-foot cliffs that may be perilous between us and our journey.
But we found hidden mysteries and untold treasures that folks had been lost to the ages and didn't know that they were there, and mangling traps, and I don't know. I gotta say, my curiosity is piqued.
That's a funny way of saying it. We just found some shit down in the cellar, but sure, why?
Might be some big gator or something down there.
Whatever makes you happy.
I mean, that's what adventuring's all about, isn't it? Like unknown places and mysteries and perils with friends. Oh man, this was the best.
Tammy, I believe we shall require a second round of refreshments as this task has grown.
There's something that's been bothering me, though. Did that man back there say his name was Lardass?
Yeah, that's old Lardass, boy.
Sounded right.
Huh.
A perfectly respectable name. The Lardass family is
that is unfortunate.
prized for their involvement in Lamba.
Captain Fat Saddle, I calls him.
Huh.
where I come from, your name actually means something, right? Boltbender, lardass. I see it.
Mm-hmm. Wow. Just next time he's around, don't mention me. Right?
There I was trying to set up. I was like, I've never heard of any group that liked Lardis, but there I was trying to set him up as like war buddies that can like trade stories and stuff, and you guys immediately were like, no, I'm making fun of his name, and that is my right as a player. I support you in this. I feel like he's asking for it.
Shall we wrap up?
Yeah, I think we can. We don't need to move your tokens all the way back to the start of the level or anything, because it's the beginner box, so it just won't have enemies respawn.
Why don't we? I think it would also be good to roll our credits just one last time.
Maximize use of the title cards, and I can use that to
very good
to roll us out. All right. Well, I will do that, and I will outro us by playing our title credits. But to everyone in chat, thank you so much for spending time with us today and for sharing the joy of Beginner Box Weekend with us as we are playing through Menace under Otari. We are going to try and finish the adventure tomorrow. Same place, same channel, same cast of characters. We will be continuing on, and I hope you'll be able to join us for that. If you can't make it, we will have these uploaded to YouTube sometime next week if you need to watch the replay, or if you didn't catch all of this one. But thanks so much for your support and for joining us on this adventure, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Let's just go quickly down the list and remind folks, if you'd like to, who you are, where folks can find you. I'll go first and say that I'm Andrew from Foundry Virtual Tabletop, foundryvtt.com, and we'll go to Cody.
I'm Cody. I'm a developer at Foundry.
Shane.
I'm Nath, or Shane. I am the product manager at Foundry Virtual Tabletop.
All right, and Blake.
I'm Blake. I run the archives at Nethys. That's about it.
All right, and lastly, but most certainly not least, well, actually that will be Viviane. Next is Steve.
Steve from Recall Knowledge. It's written all over the back. If you can't see it, then
I can't
that's
read
on
very
you.
well.
But yeah, exactly. Catch me making Foundry video content and live streaming using this awesome tools that you guys all made. So shout outs to everyone for the awesome tool that you made. Shout outs to Blake for making Archives and Nethys, which I always have open in a tab while I'm running. And huge thanks to Cora for running this today, because you did a great job and it was so much fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Here to that. I think we should all say thanks to Viviane for being such an excellent game master. And Viviane, you can introduce yourself and take us out.
Yeah, I have far worse branding than Steve. My name's Cora, and I worked on the beginner box. I had the pleasure of helping Foundry make the game that we're playing now, the port that we're playing now. Hopefully, first of a few. And you can find me on the PF2E community Discord, which you should join.
Awesome. Well, thanks again, everyone. Pleasure to play with you. I look forward to part 2 tomorrow, and we hope to see you all here for that. So without further ado, roll credits.